must never stop the way, yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Light is gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
Hello, hello.
Hey, Caroline.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to
everyone.
the Happiness Index book launch. Oh, you're all brave people, braving Storm Kieran to be here. We really appreciate it.
On a serious note, there's obviously a lot of people who couldn't make it today, so the fact that you actually braved the storms. And we've had people fly in, which has been unbelievable. At one point yesterday, we thought about cancelling it.
Yeah.
And then Arlette messaged me saying, I've just landed. And I thought to myself, we'll do this for Arlette if we have to. if there's one person, if it's just us and Arlette, we will make this happen.
But yeah, we've got a wicked day lined up for you. And lots of nice snacks as well.
Lots of dad jokes.
Oh God, yeah, less good, but yeah, we're going to start off with a Q&A about the book, and I'm going to quiz Matt.
I might get the book. I haven't actually read it, shall I?
Yeah, neither have I. Right, shall we?
Let's do it. Oh no, there's a couple of things. There is a couple of things we want to ask people to do.
Oh yeah.
In here, this is how prep we are.
Yeah.
That's us. Oh, by the way, both our mums are here. How cool is that?
Yeah, isn't it?
Put your mum up if you put your hand over your Cashie's mum. There's Cashie's mum. and my mum's gonna hate this. Put your hand up if you're my mum. Welcome, mums. We're pro mums at the Happiness Index. We actually do have a talk on that later. Clive will talk about this in a way more articulate way after this session, but our model is about building a thriving culture, which I know I can't say because in the review of my audiobook, someone said, don't listen to the audiobook because the guy can't even pronounce his model properly. Because I'm from Essex, I pronounce it with an F, so I say thriving, but you're supposed to say thriving, which is it's always good to get great reviews like that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a thing. Transcription softwares really don't like Matt's accent, so it's usually a source of a lot of laughter at the happiness index.
Yeah, it is what it is. But within the model, which we won't go too much into today, the book talks about the top drivers of engagement and happiness. For those that haven't read it, when we talk about engagement, we talk about what your brain needs to thrive at work. And when we talk about happiness, we talk about what your heart needs to thrive at work, as I would say it. So, but within that, there's drivers of these certain areas. And today we've picked on energetic connections. And the reason we've picked on that is because the last sort of 4 or 5 years for pretty much everyone that I know has been really tough. It's been really hard in business. And when everyone got basically locked down in the pandemic, the one area that was really impacted was energetic connections. And you can build them virtually, and the happiness index is a hybrid business. But we thought today that was a great topic to build throughout the speakers. So we'll introduce that a little bit later. Kashi.
Yeah, please. As you can see, we've got a nice big camera there, courtesy of Joe. Nicely branded with the pink and yellow. But yeah, please do take pictures, take videos, whatever you want. Shout about it and tag us, hashtag the happiness index on any socials that you do. We would love to see you spreading the joy.
Compared to our competitors, we're absolutely tiny. So on a massive thank you point, when someone does post a picture and put it on LinkedIn or whatever, it does make a massive impact to us. So if you do get a chance to do that today, please do.
Yeah. Also, I was filming a Get Ready With Me TikTok this morning at like 4 a.m, so please don't leave me on my own. Like, I really want to bury that video as soon as possible.
Please don't post anything. So before we start, we're actually just going to use a bit of our technology. It's a product called Employee Voice. We'd like everyone, we're just going to do a little experiment today. We are a data company. If you scan this hashtag, it's going to ask you how you're feeling on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being like, I know this isn't the proper scale, but I always think 10 is super awesome and 1 is not super awesome, but there's a better definition of it than that. We're just going to later come back, Tony's going to come back later and interpret our data. But my one thing I would ask you to do is anonymous, so we won't know who you are, but please answer it as honestly as you can. Like if you are feeling absolutely great at the moment, put that. But if it's been a tough couple of years or whatever, put that as well. Because one of the things we'll talk about shortly in the Q&A is with our clients, we often learn as much from when people are unhappy as when they're happy. And again, we spend a lot of time talking about toxic positivity and not pretending you're happy all the time. Like Kashi and I 2 minutes ago were absolutely crapping ourselves. It's fine now, we're here.
Yeah,
we're on stage,
now we're here. It's all like fine. But
so if everyone could just take literally a minute just to fill that out, and then Tony will come on. They're on the side screens as well if the chair's blocking you. But just be as honest as you can, and Tony will come on later and he'll just interpret us. So for today, we will become an imaginary company. Is there anyone creative in the room? No one's going to put their hand up if I ask if you're creative. Pat, you're a creative. What can we call our imaginary company today? Sorry? Okay, cool.
all right.
That's why they pay the big
Solid.
bucks. If you need a creative director, you guys speak to Pat. So later when we analyse the data, we'll be working for a company called Thanks, Pat. Cool. That's it. Should we get into it?
Let's get stuck in.
Should we sit down?
Yeah.
I feel like we're on a talk show now.
I know, right? It feels like a fireside chat.
Should I get an actual book? Should it be good if we had a book up there?
It probably would be good if you were
let's get
holding the book, yeah.
You can tell we've rehearsed this.
Yeah, we've been over it
Have to.
1,000 times. We know exactly how it's going.
Can I grab a... There you go. Thank you. It's a bit of a drop here. All the speakers, we're all pretty worried today that we're going to fall off the stage. Peter, has anyone ever fallen off the stage?
I'm sure they have.
By the way, before we start, can we give Peter a round of applause for hosting today? Peter's from Google.
Oh, yeah. Woo!
So for those that don't know, we will mention it later. Google have given us the space for free today. Our partnership with Google lasts about 15 years, but really companies aren't companies are they? Because you could say the Happiness Index and Google have partnered, but really it's about relationships and people. So it's Peter and Ollie, really. So thank you, Peter and Ollie.
Ollie's not in because he's not well today, but he says hello.
Yes. Thank you.
Amazing. Right. Matt.
Is your speaker thing like digging in you, or is it just me?
No, I think that's just you.
Me.
I'm a seasoned professional. I know what it's like to be
I know.
mic'd up, you know,
I'm an
it's
amateur.
fine. Right, so...
Cassie, you haven't introduced yourself. We like Beyonce, we just assume everyone knows who you are.
Yeah, I know.
Do you want to introduce yourself?
Sorry, if you don't know who I am, what are you doing? I'm Kashi. I'm the Community and Events Executive at the Happiness Index. So I put together events like this. I put together a lot of our webinars, and quite often Matt likes to throw me in the deep end and get me to host things as well.
Cool. And she's awesome, so
Thank you. I am.
That's why I only said that so I could get some easy questions, really. But no, Kashi is awesome.
Quality.
Don't try and recruit her. There's a few recruitment people in here today.
Is it? Yeah.
But you can if you want. It's the Happiness Index. We're chill.
That's all right. I can't be poached. My heart is with the Happiness Index.
I'll speak to your mum.
Right. Another book.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you weren't writing another one.
No, I wasn't.
Why? Why did this happen?
Well, for those that don't remember, but after the first book, I said I'm definitely not going to write a second book, mainly because writing a book made me unhappy, which is pretty ironic, isn't it? But for those that don't know, Chris, Tony and myself, we share the co-CEO role, so we're pretty busy. And then to write a book alongside all of that it is quite stressful, and that takes time away from your family, and they're here today. But I won't point at them because they'll get embarrassed. But, Izzy, you just want the ground to swallow up, don't you? Sorry, Izzy. So, yeah, but then Wiley came along, so Annie's here. Is Laura here? Did Laura make it in, Annie? Yeah. Ah, brilliant. So Laura and Annie are here from Wiley today. Give them a round of applause. So the awesome team at Wiley dropped us a note and said people are starting to get interested in this whole data thing. And with Wiley's help, that helped me do it at the same time as doing my day job. So
Love it.
I'm definitely not writing another one.
You say that. Are we going to be sat here again next year?
Who knows? Annie and I already had a chat about it earlier. But, you know.
Oh, God. Oh, God. I mean, I have definitely read the whole book.
Are you lying?
No, actually, I'm not. I promise. But there was one thing that kind of stuck with me, and that was on page 3 here.
Yep.
You talk about page. If
everyone could go to page 3.
Page 3 with a TH right there.
3.
You talk about some key truths.
Yes.
Right. So you say every organisation in the world has unhappy employees.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty peak. Every single human being has happiness levels that fluctuate.
Yep.
Very true. No company will ever have happy employees all the time. Absolutely.
Yep.
And it's not healthy or realistic for human beings to be happy all the time. Why was it so important for you to set this out
Because
so early in the book?
I think, and we've got lots of our clients here today, and we'll have a client panel later. There's this really good saying that once a metric becomes a target, it ceases to be a useful metric. Someone way smarter than me said that, and I'll find out who did. But what happens because the data and the platform's amazing, there is an initial thing to think the happiness index is all about what we would call toxic positivity, which is being happy all the time. But that's just not possible. And like I said earlier, you learn as much from when people are not happy and so on. So I wanted to establish that because we're called the happiness index, not the high happiness index.
Yeah.
And obviously I repeat that on a daily, and we use the happiness index ourselves, and our clients use it, and we all fall into that trap because we want the metrics to go up, and over time we want the averages to go up. But it's really difficult for our clients as well, because as soon as the numbers drop, the CEOs will be onto some of the HR team and say, "Why are they dropping?" We'll talk about that later, Monique. But I just wanted to establish that point that this is the study of happiness.
Yeah.
This is not toxic positivity, and I felt like it's really important to get that point out early.
Yeah, no, definitely, completely agree. But, I mean, we talk a lot about happiness right now. Happiness and engagement sometimes compete.
Yeah.
Why do you think they don't need to?
Well, the reason I think they compete is, so history lesson for the fellow historian geeks in here. We did a podcast with Bill Kahn, who is the person who coined the phrase employee engagement. That was 1990 at Boston University. It was always supposed to include emotions in employee engagement, but once it got sort of co-opted by business schools and some of the consultancy firms, it just became this really cold metric, which meant effectively engagement was what the company wanted. But I've never ever been in a pub or anywhere social and heard someone say to someone, "Oh, how engaged at work are you?" Like, human beings don't care.
Yeah.
We in HR do, because it's important to us. And our role as companies, and we employ people, we want people to be engaged in the work that they do. But the individual is interested in their own happiness. And what the book is about how one of the things that frustrates me about life at the moment is everything is like polarized, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're either this or you're that. And there's just no in between on any subject anymore. There's no people going, "Oh no, maybe you've got a good idea." And that kind of happens in the business world. So the book is about how actually it's okay for companies, like companies pay their employees, and it's okay for them to get work out of what they want. But it's also okay for employees to enjoy that and get a lot from their career throughout that. So that was just a point that we made, and obviously Clive helped us articulate that into what I said earlier, which is engagement is what the brain needs and happiness is what the heart needs.
Yeah. Love that. Does
that make sense?
If you could, yeah, absolutely, it does. If you can see on the back there on the slides, we love our little heart and brain little characters there. Do they have names?
Joe, do they have names?
They don't have names.
Pat, can we name them, please?
What's this one going to be? And R.
Mr. and Mrs.
Love it. But yeah, I mean, as you're talking about how these concepts sort of came to be, it's got me thinking. Can you tell me about day one?
Oh, what the happiness
How
index.
did this happen?
I think we've got a picture up.
Yeah.
This is it. That's Tony on the left there. That's Chris in the middle, and that's me on the right. And Isabella, who's also looking a bit embarrassed. That's her. So that's around our dining room table.
So cute.
But obviously it looks fun. But day one was an absolute disaster. We for those that don't know, we had built the happiness index in a company called 4Ps 2 years prior to it launching. So Matt Stannard, our CTO, who's on a train, and we've trying to get here desperately, and we've switched around the schedule so he can do his session later on AI. He'd built like a beta version that we used with our clients before we turned it into the happiness index that you know today. And there's a saying in technology that if you're not embarrassed by version 1 of your product, you launch too late. And Chris, would you say we're embarrassed at version 1? Yeah. Well, I don't have the screenshots in here or whatever. We'll send them around. It looks shocking. But all we were trying to just do is trying to understand, is there a relationship between if your employees are happy, does that impact your customer happiness? And does that effectively impact the bottom line? At that stage, that's all we were looking at. But like all these things, when you invent something, you think everyone else is going to be into that thing. But it turns out it wasn't. So the first person I called, I thought she is the type of person who's going to absolutely prioritise happiness. And I phoned her and she basically said, "Look, Matt, if people are unhappy, I'll fire them."
Oh my God.
And I was like, because when you're really into something and passionate about it, you just assume. Like, I assume everyone else is a Tottenham fan, but they're not. It's not gone down very well, has it?
Yeah, this is quite possibly one of the only points that make me dislike Matt.
But there was a couple of other ones because is it the Queen who said recollections may vary? So I had to email Tony and Chris to just get the recollections. But Tony's recollection was a meeting with a huge brand that you would know, which I won't explain, but maybe I'll tell you in the pub later. But Tony went for a meeting with them, and they effectively asked him to leave the meeting 2 minutes in once they found out what he was there to do, which was talk about happiness. If Tony's not here, I actually blame him for that meeting, because if you travel for a meeting, you should qualify whether that person's interested first. But Tony's not here, so I can say that. Chris,
Tony.
Chris, do you remember your quote that you sent over? It sounds like it's from a Disney movie. Can you remember it?
Not a specific quote, but I remember the story.
Go on, do you want to share it?
Well, I just remember one of my first meetings excited. I was very excited to go and pitch our new technology. I took everyone through the demo, 30, 40 minutes. I thought, I've actually got this one nailed. They're going to sign up. And he said at the end of it, I love everything, but there's one big problem. I was like, okay, I don't believe in happiness.
Yeah.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah. That's what we should have called the book, isn't it? I don't
believe in happiness.
But that's...
Well, how bleak.
So it's still a challenge today, and we've got lots of our clients here today, but 10 years ago, like, people just thought we were absolute hippies, and that this was just a complete waste of time. But luckily, within that mix, and lots of them are in the room today, people like Margot. Hello, Margot. So Margot is at Sodexo, and a few people took a chance on us. And then from that, that spreads, and then they get referred. And the amount of times I've probably given your phone number out, Margot, and said, can you chat to these people?
Poor Margot.
But that's how it starts. So I just didn't want to paint this picture that we're here today and it's all been smooth. It was really, really frigging tough in the first few years. And then the pandemic happened, but I don't even want to talk about that today.
So valid. So valid. That sounds like quite a journey.
Yeah.
Wow. What a time. But, okay, let's go back to... I've had the sentimental moment. Let's go back to the data part.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the book, the content.
Yep.
You say this a lot.
Yep.
And
oh God, what is it?
You talk about emotions as data points.
Yep.
What does that mean?
Yeah. So Clive will touch a little bit on this later, but if you let's take an emotion like surprise when you've not done something before. The reason you feel surprised is because you haven't done it before, and your body is preparing you for something new. Right. But when you've done something maybe 25 times, you're not surprised every time. And that's what emotions are. They're a way that our body and our brain, they're collecting data from the environment around us. So obviously when you work something like the happiness index, you start coming out with crazy quotes like emotions are data points, because that's all we're thinking about. But just this is what we're doing every day. Like when you come in, like whether you feel the aircon is too cold now or you think it's too hot, it feels a bit hot up here under the lights. But they're just data points that are registering within your body, and emotions are a mix of that. The one we talked about in the TEDx is anger. We talked about how people try and label an emotion as good or bad. So anger, the example I always use is if someone stole your work at work and passed it off as their own.
Fuming.
Absolutely fuming.
Absolutely fuming.
But you can pretend that you're not angry, but you still are angry. You're just trying to put a professional hat on. Now, what people do is they confuse the emotion with the action. So if someone steals your work, and then you go to them and you find them and you punch them in the face, that's not the emotion, that is the act. But it's still okay to feel angry if someone has stolen your work. But then it's like our human part of our brain where we go, okay, there's better ways that I can deal with this. And that's why I use that quote to just try and differentiate that. We try and label emotions as good or bad, but they're just normal things. And when you feel sad, we're always trying to make ourselves feel happy. But actually, it's okay to sit in your sadness. So that's kind of what I mean.
Yeah, perfect. I like that. I also think that's a hilarious overreaction to someone stealing your work. Just punch them in the face.
Has anyone put your hand up if you ever punched someone in the face because they stole your work? Oh, Mel.
Maybe throw a coffee in their face. Fine. It's fine.
It's going dark now, isn't it?
But I mean, you give a lot of really interesting information in the book. But one thing that you never do is sort of give management advice or that kind of guidance. And I know that's something that you get asked about a lot, and the happiness index in general gets asked about a lot. It's like what people should do once they've got their results. Why is it that you kind of avoid that?
Well, that's a real big challenge, and our customers ask about this all the time as well. And even the book's been reviewed probably about 25 times. It's mostly good reviews, but there was one negative review where someone was like, well, this book's useless, it doesn't give any advice. But the reason I make a point of that, and this isn't false modesty, everything that is presented in the book is because of the happiness index is employees and customers, right? I'm just sharing the information. It's not false modesty. That's all I'm doing is I'm the storyteller. But the companies that we work with and the organisations we work with, has anyone got a twin in the room? Anyone got a twin?
Wow.
Can you just introduce yourself to everyone? Twin.
Well, my dress twin and my
Oh, we've actually got two twins. You're both you're not twins, are you? You two?
I've got twins,
But you two are not twins.
but we're not.
Okay, you just happen to be the twins have just come together. So Gemma, you go first.
I've got twin girls.
You've got twin girls. Okay, are they identical?
No,
Okay, and are their personalities different?
completely different.
Yeah, thanks. And
We've done nothing different all the way through.
but their personalities are different. And twin number two. Sorry, do you want to introduce? Twin number one. Oh, I didn't know. It gets competitive, doesn't it?
I'm a twin myself, and I have twins.
Okay. Wow. So are you an identical twin?
Sorry?
Are you identical twin?
No, totally different.
And your children, are they identical?
Boy and girl, definitely.
Okay. And are their personalities the same? Okay. So there's loads of amazing studies into twins and how different even identical twins are. And the reason, I'll get back to answering your question in a second.
Yeah,
I'm just interested in twins.
It's all right. I'm used to your tangents. It's fine.
Is that even if identical twins are different, it therefore means every employee that you have is different. Therefore, every team is different. Therefore, every company is different. Therefore, every culture is different. So, as we mentioned, we've got Wiley here today. Like, I love reading books, but you read one book and it's like, that is the way to do it. Then you read this book and it's like, that is the way to do it. And then you're like, book 10, you're like, which way is it? But that's because there isn't a way. And has anyone watched Mandalorian on Disney+?
Yeah.
Like the baddies and the Mandalorians, they always say, at the end of it, they always go, this is the way. But that's what cults do. Like, this is the way. Like, that's why you have to repeat it over and over again. So I didn't want the book to be cultish, and I just wanted it to be, is that a word?
Yeah,
Sounds really
it is.
bad, doesn't it?
I think it's a word, but that's hilarious. Yeah.
So, long story short, I wanted to treat the reader that they've got intelligence, that they can take the data back and apply it in their very, very unique organisation or in their life. So the point on that is, it's just, I think it's condescending to say this is the way.
Yeah.
So if you take like one of the top drivers is positive relationships, how you might foster that in a 100% virtual company versus Fuller's, who you hear from later, from Monique, who've got like bar staff, they've got office staff. Like, there isn't one way. And again, it goes back to that, like the world try and make everything like left or right or whatever. It's just, the world's not like that. So I just thought, let's present the data. People are intelligent to make their own minds up what to do with it. And that doesn't make everyone happy, unfortunately. But that's what I felt more comfortable doing.
Perfection. I love that. So basically just a case of using a lens to look at different things, but
Yeah.
not like using it as like a blanket go-to.
Yeah, but like Clive, who'll be on after us, often talks about the double slit experiment, which is a physics double slit experiment, which is a physics experiment that means
Clive's
even if
covering his face already.
yeah,
Which
are you
means
going to
you've
cover
messed
this
it
later,
up.
Clive?
That's deep stuff, though. It's
Yeah. Are you
setting me up perfectly.
are you covering it later? Because I won't now if you are.
I'm not talking about the double
Okay, but Google it later and watch it on YouTube. It'll just blow your mind, right? But the point I was just making is, even if you observe something, it can change the experiment. So even if you try and get some data and go, this is what happened in Fuller's, it may be different to what happens in ISS or Sodexo or whatever. So we've just got to be aware of all this stuff before we try and think everything is like how we believe it to be.
Perfection. Love it.
Didn't
It's
think
all
we'd get
very-
the double slit experiment.
Yeah,
in
no,
today.
I've never heard of that. I'm not going to lie.
Honestly, it took me about 55 watches. There's a saying on quantum physics that if you think you understand quantum physics, you don't understand quantum physics, that's all you need to know, isn't it?
Okay, I'll spend 1 minute.
Yeah, to be fair, every talk I get or I listen to or every conversation I have with Clive, I leave it with just like
Yeah.
mind blown. I'm like, I don't feel real anymore.
Yeah. Everyone, any time you've had a session with Clive, you just have to go and sit down afterwards in a
Yeah.
quiet room. So if you do that later, that's cool.
Yeah. After Clive's talk, you take 5 minutes, have your existential crisis. It's like, we're here to support you. But I mean, I think you'll agree. It's very lovely to be in a room full of lovely smiling faces. Some of which I've only ever seen on Zoom. Gemma over there was like the biggest shock of my life to see that she's a real human being.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So, and you know, we're all feeling the buzz of the energetic connections.
Yeah.
Why was that the theme for today?
I sort of touched on it earlier, but it's one of our clients said this the other day, because I'm a bit of a geek, I'm into my computer games, but they said, it feels like the last few years have been like a computer game on hard. Anyone else feel like that? And I felt like it's just summarised it.
Oh, that's so real.
It just summarised it up perfectly. So I just think we've done a bit of work with Unilever. The CEO, I hate this saying, but it's so true. They said like we live in an era of perma-crisis. It's like, geez, and that makes all our anxiety just go. But I think, again, I'm not trying to set it up too much for Clive's session, but Clive will be talking about change and adapting to change later. But that was kind of the reason for what everyone's been through.
Okay.
I forgot the question.
That's okay.
Halfway through, I was answering it.
That's okay. Your brain was going, what tangent can I go on now?
Plus, it's my favourite one. Although Stephen Bianchi, I don't think Stephen's here. Each one of those 24 areas that you can see on the screen, there's an expert. Lots of the experts are here. So if you listen to the podcast and you see them, you see people like Shopi around, go and say hello to them because they've... Put your hand up, Shopi. I've named you now. But there's loads of experts in the room that were on the podcast that we basically got the data on these areas and then analysed them. The one that, although energetic connections is my favourite, the one that I found the most interesting is the one that my brain ignores the most, which is, as you see it on the right under clarity, which is information flow. Stephen Bianchi's not here, but he managed to make information flow really interesting. So go and have a look at it. But he talks about like the choke of information, like some companies release information too slowly and some also do too fast. Like they just put loads of information out and you like don't even know what to think, and some don't put enough out about company performance. But listen to the one by Stephen Bianchi. There's a lot in that I'd not heard before.
Definitely. The podcasts are all really, really good.
Yep.
Great listening to while you read your book.
And you get guest host Kashi sometimes on there.
Do you?
Yeah. You've done a couple.
Yes.
You've done a couple.
Oh my God, yeah, I did. Oh, I've forgotten already.
Such a moment in your life that you've even forgotten.
It was my favourite moment. It was when we talked about our mums coming to the book launch.
Yeah. We did a podcast and we didn't talk about anything that we were supposed to talk about.
Yeah.
So don't even bother listening to that one.
Yeah. We were meant to be talking about the book and we just went, our mums are coming to the book launch. We should send them on a night out together or something.
That's called manifesting it.
Yeah. Pat and Daz on the town, It's going to be great.
Mum's blushing.
But yeah, I mean, you've given a lot of good information here. If you're thinking about, using something like the happiness index or kind of beginning this journey of understanding the emotions as data points and stuff like that, where does a company begin?
Look, every company's different. Everyone starts from a different starting point. But I'm a big advocate that psychological safety is always the place to start.
100%.
Because if someone isn't safe at work, they're not going to be able to access all the other parts of their brain that are really important. So I just think, like, Gemma and I always joke about this. It's like, even when someone starts in a company and you say they're on probation, like, I think we may even still do it, but like the word probation comes from like when you're in prison, doesn't it? There's someone you might spend with. Is Kevin O'Brien here? Kevin, on average, let's take a HR director role. On average, how long does it take to recruit? Sorry, Kevin, you've got. On average, how long does it take to recruit for a HR director role? If you're recruiting for a HR director role, Kevin does a great job of that, by the way.
Thank you. I mean, approximately 4.5 months.
Yeah. So some people go out of the way to work with recruiters, really good recruiters, hire someone, and then the first thing they do is don't trust them by saying you're on probation for 3 months.
They also have a notice period as well, so
Yeah.
the whole process can take up to 7 months.
So I'm not saying we're perfect on that or anyone, but I think when you think about psychological safety, it makes you just review all the things that you've done. So I just think that's point number one. When someone comes into your team, just make them feel safe.
Definitely.
And then all the rest of the stuff, all the great, like one of my favourites is freedom to take opportunities. But someone's not going to pop their hand up in a meeting and come up with a new idea that could save the company if they don't feel safe.
Yeah, absolutely. You got me thinking now. I didn't even realise about the probation part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we've still got it in ours. I don't know.
Oh,
Do you
dear.
prefer to call it a 3-month review.
3-month review.
3-month review.
Both ways. There you
Love
go.
it.
We've rebranded it, basically. We're working on it. As I said, the happiness index are not perfect. We're working on our own.
Yeah. We're all just human. We're all free to be human.
Yes.
But I mean, you've talked a lot about like how hard the last few years have been and stuff, and the struggles that we've all had. And I know you use this reference quite a lot, but why do you think that we are at a 1984 style crossroads in the world at the moment?
Yeah, I think, can you put your hand up if you have read this book? Cool. And can you put your hand up if you've read it in the last 12 months? Cool. I'd just recommend, if you haven't read it, to read it. And if you haven't read it in the last few years, just reread it. There is so much stuff in this book that is so true and is so happening right now, that I feel like we're at a crossroads, and Matt, Stannard and Tony are going to talk about this later in the AI section. We're on a crossroads on how we use technology, and I think it can go both ways. And the one thing that George Orwell didn't predict is he predicted pretty effectively what states are going to do with monitoring individuals, but he didn't predict what companies might do. And what has happened is you've got super celebrity owners of massive companies now that make decisions and employ and generate GDP more than countries, that these companies have more power. So it's not to say the world is going to end, because if the world ends, we probably won't know anyway. But what it is to say is I do think we all, at this time in history, need to all educate ourselves on stuff like AI, because we're all employees and we're all citizens. And it's not to say, because the thing is, Matt will do a great job, Matt Stannard will do a great job later of helping you understand AI and not be scared of it. But our first instinct of AI is to be a bit scared, because all we hear is on the news is that it's going to like fire nukes at us, and we think about Terminator 2 and everything. But I think it's our responsibility of all of us to understand where this technology is going. And even if that means you're just reading some blogs or you're listening to some of the great podcasts out there, I just think it's a responsibility that we should all have to educate ourselves, because I think it can go two ways at the moment. I think it can go to where companies are almost police states, tracking keystrokes, how long someone's away from their desk, all that sort of stuff. Like, that's where it is now. That can get way worse. But there's another way where we use this stuff to free ourselves up, where we free ourselves to have more time for our mental health, for our well-being, to be able to keep ourselves fit, and all of this type of stuff. And I'm not a pessimist, so I don't think AI is just going to run away and do all the bad stuff. But again, I don't worry about that, because if the world does end, the world's ended anyway. I think the worst thing that could happen is like companies become police states, because we and our children will have to live that. So that's what I would just encourage. And I say this as a technology company, we have a massive responsibility ourselves. So even within our company, we have to question why and how we do stuff. Anonymity is absolutely crucial in what we do. When you gave your feedback earlier, one, I wouldn't want to find out who said what, and two, I couldn't. But it's really, really important that people just start to ask questions. You can ask questions in your own company. Like, ask the CEO, like, what stuff do we use AI for? Joe used, where's Joe? Joe, you've been using AI for this. Do you want to use the mic?
Yeah, for a lot of these slides, I use AI. It's saving me a lot of time for the icons and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a round of applause for Joe, because Joe created all this stuff, all our brand. But Joe uses AI to take out all the boring tasks so he can be creative. And that's like the plus side of it. But I do think we all need to be going back to our organisations and asking the right questions, because we think George Orwell did a great job of making us think about it from a state perspective. But I also think we need to think of it from a company perspective. And but you can do that in the best way as well. Like, you don't have to go in and like, it doesn't have to be an aggressive approach. It can be trying to understand and say, look, I want to help shape AI positively in my organisation. More on that from Matt, Stannard and Tony later, if their trains arrive. Whether
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. But, okay, we're coming sort of to the end of our Q&A now. What's like one...
A few people asleep at the back.
Yeah, there. I know, God. Joe, from over here. What's your one takeaway from writing this book?
For me, it was this point at the back here, which was, I've never tried to answer the question of what is the meaning of life, but so in terms of the book, right, we had we're up to, Tony and Matt will talk about this later, but we're up to about analysing about 2 million employees regularly, which is about 20 million data points. And we also use lots of external academic research because we want to mix real-time data, academic research, and the experts. There's Andrew sitting in front of me, there's another one. In terms of practitioners, because even if you've got the data and you've got the research, sometimes on the front line it's completely different. So it was really important to bring the researchers in. But the more of the conversations I had, so there's 24 podcasts on each one, the more of the research that I read, and also my brother Kieran is here, by the way. Hi Kieran. Round of applause for Kieran. He's embarrassed. He's a farmer. If you've got any farming questions, go to Kieran later. But Pat, my other brother, works at the Happiness Index, and he's created for, how many years has he done that for, Chris? Pat's Nuggets. Yeah, Pat's created this file. It's an anonymous file called Pat's Nuggets, and it's just stuff that we've learned from our clients. But that's the crazy thing. Like, even where we've got the data, we've got the research and everything. Once you put it into the real life scenarios, crazy stuff happens. And we'll do that. We'll have that session later. So the word and the thing that kept coming back the more papers I read is that it's really hard to be happy unless you have purpose in life, effectively. And that purpose doesn't have to be work. That could be coaching the local team. That could be, you could be a big part of your religious community. That could be volunteering or whatever. But the more I came back to is that bit up there, which is the link between purpose and happiness and finding that. And I think that's why so many people now look to, they don't call it retirement, do they? It's like engaged retirement, or try and have projects and stuff to keep your brain and your body moving. So that was the thing that kept speaking to me as I was going through all the research.
Wicked. Love it. Well, thanks for sitting down with me, Matt.
Well, thanks
what
for...
a time. This has been great. We're going to do something now. Bit cringe, but get involved.
Look how worried everyone is. You don't have to dance, don't worry.
Who's ready for a selfie? We're going to do that really, cringe thing where we're going to get the selfie stick, wherever the hell I've put it. Have I left it over there? Oh, thanks, Rajan. And we're gonna take a little selfie with the audience, like we're rock stars or something.
Yeah.
Just to make ourselves feel cool.
Maybe one day. Maybe one day.
Oh, thank you very much, Matt. You got your phone?
No, I don't.
Oh, sick. Okay. Could we borrow someone's phone?
I didn't want it going on.
Thanks, mate. God.
While you were doing that, I had this really evil plan to embarrass my daughter, because we went to the Taylor Swift thing, which I'm not going to do this, Izzy. But when we started, I was going to basically get all the lights to go off and put a spotlight on me. And then I was going to say, just to kick things, because someone said to me, it's £200 a ticket, it better be better than a Taylor Swift concert at that price. And I was going to do this whole thing about how I was going to say, look, well, because of that, I'm just going to sing a quick Taylor Swift song at the beginning. But then obviously not do it. But I think Izzy would have disowned me as her dad.
Isn't this wild?
Is it working?
Shall we selfie?
Let's selfie.
Well, I hope this works. I'm not going to lie. This is the first time I've ever used a selfie.
I told you that was sticking in my back.
Oh. All right, I'm going to bend down.
God, this is seamless.
Oh my God.
Everyone get in, get in.
Why is it not taking it?
Oh, do you want me to press the button?
No, wait. Ow! LOL! Oh, I can't, Rajan, your phone's too high tech. Do you know what?
Just do old school?
We're just going to do it with our hand.
Gonna go old school.
Oh, God, my knees.
This is absolutely seamless, this part.
Yay! All right. We got there at the end. Lovely.
So I'm going to head off now and leave Kashi to host the day. I'll be here all day if you want to speak to me. I'm not going home.
Where the hell are you
I'm going to
going?
go for a little sleep.
Yeah. But
I just wanted to say thank you for everyone for fighting through all the weather and everything for coming. And Kashi, thank you for interviewing me. Cheers, everyone.
Oh, wicked. Well, I'm also going to go now, but I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Clive Hyland, who is going to talk you through all things neuroscience. Get ready for your mind to be blown.
Hi. It's nice to see you all. Well, the truth is I can't see all of you because I'm partially sighted, but nevertheless I know you're there and I can hear you. And it's an interesting challenge with the front of the stage. So if I suddenly disappear, I have reached the end of the stage. Okay? So everyone you can hear me okay? Yes. All right. So I'm going to do some rearranging because I've got something coming later. Not another person, but... And I like room. Plenty of room to fall over. Okay, so we are in the game of making sense of our lives and our businesses. It's what we're all involved in. We do that on a daily basis, and we do it as businesses. And what I want to try to do here is give some feeling for the most recent insights that are starting to emerge from areas like neuroscience and quantum theory. And they're pretty scary words, right? Much more scary than Halloween. So part of my challenge is obviously how do I enable this in a relatable way? So hopefully we can do that and we can bring some of these concepts alive. But the point that sort of came across in some of Matt's comments is absolutely very appropriate, which is that we are at a crucial time. I have no doubt about that. The rate at which our environment is changing, and the way in which we've evolved the external world, the world outside of us, and the pace of that is putting huge pressure on us internally. And yet what we haven't done is evolved how we deal with things internally. And we have to find quick ways of matching so that we have the competence to deal with an external world that will continue to change at a very rapid speed. Am I changing the slides here, or is it?
Yeah. The clicker's on the table there, Clive.
The clicker that I moved. Okay, cool. So bear with me, we'll see if this works. Get rid of that one. Okay. So let's start with the first question, which is why neuroscience? So I'm not going to go into any depth around platform, etc., etc. You can see that stuff in the book, and you can see it on the website. I want to try and take you to a higher place. Okay, so this is all about insights and concepts. Why neuroscience? Because basically the real turning point was in the 1990s when we had functional MRI scans coming along. And for the first time, we were able to see images of the brain, of live brains in action. Up until that point, neuroscience was really confined to anatomy and slicing up brains after people died. Okay? So now there's this whole new world that's literally lit up about what's the brain doing when it's actually responding to the external world. So I'm going to share some of those insights as we go through this. And I'm going to try a little exercise, which I've never done before, not taught to anyone in the Happiness Index about. So if it goes wrong, it's entirely my fault. Okay? So we talked about the platform. Can you see it okay with the chairs? And I know you've got other screens as well. So there are key steps in this process. And certainly the detail around what we call the themes are covered in the book. But the essence of this, Matt talked about happiness and engagement, what we mean about that. And what I will do is anchor that in what we call the brain systems. And that'll become clearer as we go through this. We then have a step which is to make those, so one of those brain systems is instincts. Okay? Now it's very difficult to survey instincts in an organization. Right? So it's a very intangible subject. So we then relate that to themes which are more tangible and recognizable in organizations, such as psychological safety and freedom, essentially the freedom to be yourself. But there's good reasons why we picked those themes, and some of those will come out today. And it all starts with this beauty. This is my intellectual porn, which sums up, this picture of the brain. And there's a chance now for people to be really smart, because actually, two of the arrowheads are slightly misplaced on there. And if anyone can point out which ones they are and why, I'll be really impressed. Anyone going to go for it? 2 arrowheads slightly misplaced. Right. Second one. Right. Why is the limbic slightly misplaced? It's down here. Right. It's in that. That's the midline structure there. But because of my eyes, I can't see this until it's on a big screen. Okay. And this is the basal system here. So we need to reduce that arrow, basically. But you know, we're amongst friends, so we'll get away with that. But fundamentally, the brain systems are these 4 regions of the brain. Now, look, the brain is a highly complex integrated system, right? So these systems are always working together. But nevertheless, these are like regional hubs that have particular components and are the home of these particular dynamics. So we've got the basal region there at the top of the brainstem, which is instincts. Then you have the limbic system, which is the home of our emotions, which is in the middle. And then wrapped around that is the cortex. And for the sake of our model, we split the cortex into 2 regions. So we talk generally about the cortex here, which is the rational brain, and I'll explain the differences between these in a moment. And then we have the prefrontal cortex, which we refer to as the reflective brain. Now, just a very quick walkthrough on those. Instincts, of course, they're very binary. They're on or off. You know, so we talk very much about either the instinct to survive or the instinct to thrive. They're really a continuum. And this part of the brain is incredibly powerful. When it gets involved with real purpose. And that's for obvious reasons in terms of survival. You know, if you are walking on a road and a bus is about to hit you, it's not a good time for thinking of what sort of day the bus driver has had. Okay? So your instincts have to take over, and it closes down all parts of the brain which are irrelevant in that couple of seconds. So you lose, in some cases, memory, you lose perception, you lose perspective, you lose creativity. Because it's all about making you safe. So it's necessary that when we deal with instincts, we understand it's off or on. And you won't, if you don't capture the instinctive brain in a communication exercise within about 11 seconds, it'll switch off. Because there's nothing particularly important here. It's boring. I'll let the rational brain deal with it. Okay? So little instincts like are really important because if we want to excite people, you need to engage the instinctive brain. So that's the thrive response, where it spots an opportunity to grow. Okay? Second one then is emotions. So emotions were a very important part of our evolutionary step. Because when you respond as a reptile, which is the basal response, it's very binary. You're either interested or you're not. You know, it's a single response to a single stimulus. But what emotions did, they like fanned out their ability to respond. So now it's not just an on or off. When we respond emotionally, it's like how important, how negative. It can be very negative, very positive. It can be really excited, it can be really down. So it increased our level of sophistication as a species to be able to respond to our environment, and especially to other people in our cases. Because the purpose of emotions is to enable us to cooperate. So you can't share instincts, but you can share emotions. Because we see it, we behave, we see it in our bodies, and we sense it in other people. So emotions are really important in enabling us to bind as a group. And then the third area, which was when we really became human, was when we adopted the ability to think. So it's the capacity for thinking that no other species comes anything close to us. Now the essence, you know, if we were in a workshop environment, I wouldn't give you any answers. You'd have to work for them yourselves. But I can't do that with the time available. So the essence of thinking is slowing down. The speed of our instincts and emotions is much faster than our thought process. And most of our thoughts are just a response, an attempt to try to make sense of our instincts and emotions. So it's necessarily a slower part of the brain. That doesn't mean it's any less efficient or any less clever. It just means by slowing down, we allow ourselves to take in more data. And when we have more data, we have a greater range of choice. Yeah, do you sort of get that? Slower, give ourselves a chance rather than just be taken away by the emotional hijack. Just wait, get a bit more information, And then we can allow ourselves to make more sophisticated choices. So the cortex tries to make sense of that with this rational thought process. And the main role of the cortex is to get things done. That's the area where we write down the instructions in the brain to actually do something. So that's why, the themes within the platform around rational styles is clarity and enablement. It's all about what have I got to do and how am I going to do it. That's what the rational brain likes. Give me a mandate. Yeah? Now, that's different from the reflective part of the brain, the prefrontal cortex, which you can see here. And the reason is that there's direct neural connectivity between this part and all aspects of the brain. So whilst this part pretty much does its own thing, the front bit of the cortex is much richer in terms of its access to emotions, instincts, and thoughts. And the consequence of that is it gives us things like imagination. See, emotions are a critical aspect of imagination because they open us up. What this part of the brain loves is rules. Rules for getting things done. This part of the brain doesn't do rules, doesn't like it. It wants to have that freedom. And this is the area of self-awareness, where we construct a view of ourselves. It doesn't mean to say it's right, but we have a view of ourselves. So we use all the instinctive, emotional, and rational content available to us. And this is the bigger picture stuff. Okay? So the reason for just showing that today, obviously, like every part of that deserves greater explanation. But the point is to say, when you understand the platform, it comes from this. And the whole journey of making sense is one where we need to maintain integrity with the way that our human intelligence system works. We don't want it to be a one-off tool that's useful just for a little bit of self-awareness, and then it runs out of steam. We need to stay the journey and keep in touch with our understanding of the brain and the heart, which I'll come to later. Okay, so far? Yes, please.
Is there any evidence to show that the way you described it, 1, 2, 3, 4, was the chronological development of the brain over time? And 2, when did the left-right right?
Okay, so if I take the first one, absolutely, there's all the evidence. There's no vague theory on this. This is the evolutionary path. And when you look at the flow of intelligence, what happens? We have intelligence that comes up from the body, so our sensory mechanisms, and then basically the thinking part tries to interpret those. So there's a bottom-up process and a top-down process, but it's very much 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? The second bit, sorry, remind me? What was the
Left-right.
So left-right is broadly relevant as well, but I think this is a much more powerful tool. So it's useful as a popular mechanism. In general, you can say, yes, the left side of the brain is more outward-looking and more logical, and the right side of the brain is more internal, right? It's more internally focused. And if you look at that in connectivity, in the neural pathways of the brain, it just means a lot more of the connections on the right side run inwards, whereas they tend to run upwards as far as the left side is concerned. Okay, but in essence, what I'm saying is that's broadly relevant, but it doesn't give us enough depth. Okay? So, okay, so far, anything else on the brain? So we haven't dreamed up the platform. It comes from this. And bear in mind, it's all about the journey of making sense. Right, so this is the experiment. So I would like some volunteers, please. I promise no ritual humiliation. No greater than mine anyway. And I want to start with somebody can just stand up, and if they consider themselves to be largely an instinctive person, whatever that means to you, can you just stand up and join me, please? Thank you. Please, somebody up there already? That's great. Are you coming down, or are you just... Can you come and join me? Good. That was the catch. That was the small print. Please come over here. No, that's fine. There's no singing involved. Okay? You're now experiencing the survival instinct, okay? So whoops, that one came back. So the second one is, would somebody consider themselves to be an emotional person, like to stand up here? Okay, yeah, great. come and stand over here. There's a reason for these. There, please. Precisely there. Would somebody consider themselves to be primarily a rational person? No rational people in the room? Oh my God. My God, the world is going to end. Yes, we've got somebody. Yeah, you've got somebody. That'll do. That's great as a starting point. Then I would like somebody who considers himself to be a reflective person. Yeah, please stand up over here. You can see the females are much braver in this audience than the... Okay, right. So the reason for starting with this lot is, sorry, I wasn't dismissing you guys as a lot then. I meant the subject matter. Is I want to get into your minds a visual image of the timeline in the brain, the way that the brain responds to a stimulus. Okay? So what we're talking about here is reactions that are in milliseconds, so thousands of seconds. And to get over here, for instance, to the reflective brain, that's 420 milliseconds. Okay? So that's less than half a second. This is the speed of response that we're talking about in the brain. So what happens when we have a stimulus? Let's say the stimulus comes in here, walks on the stage. Okay? Now here, even at about 50 milliseconds, we start to see implicit memory waking up in the brain. That's the first thing that happens, right? If the stimulus comes in, what the brain does, it tries to match it in memory. Have I seen this before, right? It's a means of making sense of the stimulus. And that's what we do. We're driven by memory, right? So that will then start to trigger a response which will determine the way that the response to the stimulus is activated in the brain. Now, I want you to look instinctive. I think that's emotional. Yeah, it's a strong stance, okay? Instinctive, up for it, right? Just hold a strong stance. So, as I said, instincts will look at something and say, is this vital? Does it have a lot of importance? Is it either going to threaten my survival or a real opportunity for me to grow? And that happens really early on in the process, right? We reckon it's hard to separate to do with the technicalities. The separation between emotions and instincts is hard to decipher in the brain, but we know this is slightly quicker. So I now want emotions to come closer. Okay, so this first reaction is at 80 milliseconds. So let's say this is around about 70, something like that, between friends again. Don't tell anyone, just between friends, okay? So now the important thing about this is that process of routing is going to decide if there is emotional content in the stimulus. So if something has been said, for instance, that upsets us and creates a defensive response in us, then emotions are going to step forward and are going to start to activate. So the limbic brain steps forward. Can you look emotional for me, please? What about that? Okay, so that's in 80 milliseconds. Now there's a big gap, right? Because this process goes up the brain, and the whole limbic system is being activated, and around about 190 milliseconds, we can see that the thinking brain is just starting to engage. It's called the midline structure. Okay, and it's starting to engage and thinking, what's this all about? What is going on in the brain that I need to work out, right? Still, we're talking, 190 milliseconds, tiny, tiny amount of time. Now, it fully registers in the rational brain, this impulse, at 250 milliseconds. So a quarter of a second. It takes from getting from the stimulus to here. So you can see this is a big gap. These guys tend to work together, right? So instincts will step out, and then emotions will follow because, as I said, you can't share your instincts, but you can share your emotions. Because we have a bond that we can send to each other, we can transmit and receive. Okay? So basically, this is the means of sharing it and fires off. What emotions demand is action. See, whilst we were just reptiles, this would just be the binary response. right? It's not an emotional response. It's just, do I do something or do I not do anything, right? But here, as mammals, there's all sorts of things we can do, when we get emotional. But as Matt was touching on later on, the reason in the body is it means in that emotional moment, to be in balance, we need to be in a state that's called homeostasis, right? When we're out of balance, that's what the emotions are doing. It's saying, we're out of balance, we're out of balance, we're out of balance. Do something about it, do something about it, right? Now, the rational brain has to work out what to do about it. Now, the brain is predictive as well. So I'm not going to forget you. Okay? We haven't got the reflective brain yet. And basically, as the stimulus goes along, we come here, trigger this, and my brain is constantly predicting, and your brains, what's going to happen next, because it's the most efficient way of dealing with things. You cannot arrive at a situation and work out what's going on. That's too dangerous. If your life is at stake, you need to you play the probabilities, and you work out what's likely to happen. So if everything's gone to plan, we're okay, we're on our route, and then we can simply send a message to somebody out here who's the action person, and they're going to do something about it. And the trigger to action is at 670 milliseconds. Okay, now that's really important. Would you mind standing here? I'll let you off whether you're action-oriented or not. So far so good. Now, can you step back off the stage? So if everything goes to plan, everything's fine. There's the stimulus, there's the emotional response. Do something about it, and we do it, and we trigger the motor neural system, and then there's action. However, life doesn't always go to plan. So when it doesn't go to plan, we have to have a mechanism that says, oops, this is a surprise, what do I do about it? And the story I always use, because it's very relatable, I think, is you're walking on the underground. So you, ahead of you, in your peripheral vision, you have noticed an escalator. Okay? So what you do in normal circumstances, you are not even taking any notice of it. It's all subconscious. And by the time you get onto the escalator, your body's already tipped forward and you're ready to move in sync with the escalator. Right? You don't need to think about that. It just happens. Rational processing, which is largely subconscious. However, if the escalator is not working, you get to this point and you go, because it didn't go to plan. Now, the brain then needs a mechanism for working out, what do I do now? Here is the mechanism. Stay there, no, stay there. Because, oops, sorry. Because you're an overseer, you can see all of this lot. You can see what they're getting up to, okay? Which is a great place to be. So what you need is basically, that's the source then of the bigger picture. It says, whoa, my assumptions didn't work, so I need to be able to step back, and the reflective brain takes the bigger picture. And the consequence of that ability to have the bigger picture means that it's the reflective brain that is essential to the whole process of change. Does that make sense? Okay? So I hope that's like a visual example of the way that the brain works and why these timelines are so important. Thank you, ladies. So, you can spend, literally I do, spend a lot of time thinking about this stuff, because hidden in that simple exercise, there are massive issues, right? Little things like, when you're upset, the last thing you want is somebody interrogating you and telling you what the solution is, okay? Because you are still in the emotional phase. This is what our change curve is all about. And what you want at that point is connection, and you want acknowledgement. Now, the rational person is out here thinking, what's all the fuss about? I can see the solution, so why don't you just do it? Person over here thinks, you just don't bloody get it, do you? Right? So it's that sort of thing. It's quite a serious subject, though, nevertheless. When our needs are different in the different phases. Right. So that's just one part of the journey we're doing. So the other set of insights is just how important the body is, okay, in terms of what it tells us about intelligence. Matt uses the phrase data points. I would just say, emotions are intelligent. They're an information source. Same point, it's just different language, right? They're telling our brains what's going on. We've got this somatosensory system that connects the intelligence in our cells and sends it up to the brain, right? And then the brain interprets what's going on. And we know things, for instance, like how important people, I do a lot of coaching, okay? And the theme of confidence always comes up in coaching conversations in one way or another. How can I be more confident? How can I be more in touch with myself and believe in myself and all that stuff? And the key player in that is not the brain, it's the heart. Heart is the root of confidence and the heart of connectivity. Too big a conversation for today, but I'm just trying to bring out the fact that we've got these three big players. They're all intelligent systems in their own right. In the head, the cranial brain, in the heart, the cardiac brain, and in the gut, which is the enteric brain. And when we use the term brain, what we mean is that they are neurological systems in their own right. The brain does not tell them what to do. They are partners, okay? And then they collaborate to make decisions. So, we're now going to move on. Starting point. So neuroscience helps us with completely new insights about understanding ourselves. Now we've dealt with ourselves, we now need to move on to a slightly bigger subject, which is the universe. Yeah, I got a few minutes. So the universe is all about why. Because what quantum physics has done for us, and please don't be afraid of the physics word, that's why we tend to say quantum, because in neuroscience and quantum on top, you sort of, oh, this sounds really tough, right? But actually it's the understanding of energy, what's going on between us. Because even when you are really embedded in the thinking involved in neuroscience, there's still so much it doesn't explain. And I am a neuroscience fanatic, right, basically. But what it can't nail down is the subjective experience. So if you are having an emotional experience, then that means we can see that in the brain because we'll see the limbic system lighting up, okay? And we'll have a good sense of whether it's negative or positive. But it can never tell us what the experience is. And that's partly linked to this because we move from outside of the material world into the non-material world. And well, that is the world of energy. Now, up until very recently, we've sort of ignored the world of energy, certainly in the human field. And we sort of think, okay, there's me, there's you, there's space. There's nothing happening in between us. It's just you and me. And we've been encouraged by classical physics and by rational thinking to think of ourselves with that space, right? Space, nothing in. We're individuals. But the emerging science of quantum theory is telling us something fundamentally different. It's saying everything is packed between us with energy and energetic systems. And we ourselves are energetic beings above anything else. Because the way that energy works, it materializes in the perceivable world, right? It's like, think of an iceberg. So you've got energy below the surface and it comes up and it appears through our process of consciousness, perception. I know it's a really difficult subject, I get that. And please grab me afterwards if you want to talk about these things. But the essential thing is we only see above the iceberg. We can't see what's going below. And whilst I won't explain the double slit experiment, unless Matt gives me the whole afternoon to deal with it, the point of it is it demonstrates without any doubt that when we move to the subatomic level, beyond the material world, that energy works to different rules. The fundamental insight is it is not linear. You cannot plot it on a nice simple graph that says this is what will happen. The universe itself operates through energy. It is energy. The universe is energy. And whilst we may think the universe is just planets, no, it's not. The planets are the bits we can see. And the universe is much more than that. Now, within that context of everything being energy, what we are trying to understand is the process of energetic connection. Because we know, you can sense it, right? You can go into a room, or you can have a sensation with somebody else, where you immediately, without words passed, without necessarily seeing faces, you can sense an energy in a room. People okay with that concept? Yeah? Get that. Now, in the past, we've ignored it. Just like for many years, we've tried to ignore emotions. And fundamentally because they're not controllable. So, classic physics, Newton, classic scientific management was all about control. Work out what you control and reduce it to the lowest common denominator. Okay? That's why you had so much emphasis in the past, like a factory mentality around process, procedures, systems, because you can't trust people. Let's not work on the basis you can trust people. So what you've got to try and do is control them. And that is the source of hierarchy as well, which is why we challenge it. Okay? So fundamentally, it's recognizing that energy has different rules, and we're only discovering now what those rules are. But energetic connection is really based, the understanding is based in physics. Because we transmit energy outside of our bodies. Our heart alone transmits an electromagnetic signal outside of the body of at least 5 feet. And whilst we only see this bit which ends with the skin, that is not all of us. We come into each other's orbits. We actually all operate in energetic orbits. And what happens in a situation like this where I'm talking is if I connect with you guys, the frequency level at which we meet of the waves, the energetic waves that I'm putting out there, will allow you guys to operate as amplifiers. So if you connect with what I'm saying and the images is conjuring up in your minds, you become amplifiers and we all feel the energy. So we're starting to understand these things. And at a very pragmatic level, what that is all about is it's the difference between creating an organization that buzzes, because they want to be part of a team, that's stuff that they believe in, or do you want to be a part of an organization that's controlled? And we are challenging consistently the whole paradigm of control. And I can do that from a neuroscience perspective because I know how control dumbs us down. And what we actually need to find out is people's passions, the things that ignite them, the things that ignite the heart as well as the brain, and how do we build organizations around that type of approach and mentality. I'm sorry, because of time, I'm going to have to crack on. Again, Matt touched on this earlier on. The key point is this point of linearity. In trying to understand the building blocks of life, which is partly what quantum theory does, we have to recognize that energy is never linear. It always operates on the basis of surge, recovery, okay? Energy up, energy up, energy up. If we try to manage a workforce in a linear way, because we want to show shareholders or the marketplace nice, smooth, linear improvements, we are completely missing the point. The reality is that we all experience ups and downs. So why then must we step into an organizational space and think that that rule no longer applies? It just doesn't make sense. But that's back to the old control mentality. The key thing is to understand this process of surge and recovery. If you just restructure an organization and everyone's ticking the box and saying they feel great, they're lying. Okay? They're lying to themselves, if nothing else, and that's part of the challenge, right? We're so ingrained in this stuff, it's hard to be honest with ourselves. It's like, I won't allow myself to feel negative, because that's not the story I tell myself. I'm a positive person, right? The other word for that is denial. Yeah? So that's all part of the process. Look, the reality of life is up and down. And it's how we manage and understand those ups and downs. When I deal with, on the sport end, I deal with advanced performance and elite teams and things like that. And that's all about when I'm at my best, when do I need to recover? When I'm at my best, when do I need to recover? Not about a linear process of performance. We are not robots. So, it's curious that this concept of energetic connection can be very tricky for people because it's not tangible, right? We can't see it. And it takes a bit of conceptualization. Yet we're surrounded by devices that are triggered by, by waves that we can't see. Yeah? Whether it's a radio or microwave, television, whatever it might be, it's happening around us, yet somehow we haven't related it to us. But the rules don't change. The rules of the universe are the same whether you're talking about planets or you're talking about people. And as we discover those rules, it's showing us more and more insights. And this is really important I've got the time to go into this now, but talked about the energy curve. This is one of the tools that we use for collaborating with our clients, and I totally agree with Matt. It's not our job to say what's best for you because we don't understand you. But what we can do is give you some real insights from the data and say, can you match this to your understanding of your business? And we can collaborate on establishing a solution, a strategic approach to that, okay? Because it is very personal, very personalized. But to finish on the AI point, so just a few comments on this, again because of time, but it echoes what we've been saying throughout. We're at a crucial time. If you think back to the brain, what AI does is replicate the rational processing part of the brain, but only that. Now it does that in an incredibly sophisticated and impressive way. So you think that you're dealing with something that is experiencing emotion, but it isn't. It can't. It can't experience emotion because to experience emotion, it has to have a body. It has to be embodied with sensory data that comes up and tells us what's going on. All this sensing that our body does and then brings to the brain so that we can analyze it. So it can't do that, and equally, it can't replace the prefrontal cortex. And that's our place of meaning. That's why we try to work out everything that's going on and try to make sense of it. There's no way that AI is anywhere near being able to process meaning. So this is important and gives us a challenge, I think, as a human species. I often talk to organizations as a coach or as a facilitator about what's your proposition as a business. Okay. We have that same challenge as a human race. What is our proposition? We have a role in evolution, and what are we now going to do with that? Because despite all the troubles in the world, we actually have the machinery to rise above all this territorial and instinctive mess that we're in. Because we have more sophisticated machinery in the brain that can take us back to source and take us to a completely different place. Again, another big conversation. But the point is, if we are handing over, and it's irresistible now, our rational processing capability to artificial intelligence, we need to be clear about the stuff that makes us different. Our instincts, our emotions, and our ability to reflect and process meaning. Because that's where we can stay ahead of the game. And when we look at the challenge of AI, let's not, it can do some amazing things. It's like any technology, any tool, it can be used or abused. But the challenge for us, if we're not going to be taken over by robots in the future, is to really understand how we evolve internally, to really start understanding how we get to the grips with the way that we process information and make meaning of our lives. See, our preoccupation with rational thought in science and in businesses has done some amazing things for us in the external world. Look at the things we've created. It's incredible. But it's done nothing for us in terms of processing our internal dynamics, how we cope with that world. I hope that makes some sort of sense. Okay? So, apologies, I know I've taken you through a very quick tour. Let me just finish with a guy called Einstein. He was quite a useful guy. The reason why I'm such a fan of his is not because of just his science, but because him as a man, and he had the bravery to step beyond science. He recognized that all science is unfinished. It's just about the next level of knowledge that you've got to. And he's got this quote which roughly goes, the intuitive mind is a sacred gift, and the rational mind is a loyal servant. We've created a society where we've honored the rational mind, but we've forgotten the gift. And the essence of that is rational thinking does as it's told, but that's only one part of us. And it's all about that, and raising about that, using our intuition, using it with honor, using it with integrity, and taking us to a new place. Thank you very much.
legend. Thank you, everyone. We are now going to break for lunch. I know, I'm bloody starving. So let's all go and have some food and mull over the existential crisis that I'm sure is happening. And then we'll be back with the business case for happiness with Sophie Brannigan and her guests.
Invincible. Set our mind afire, no, we couldn't hire, but we did. to hold on, so gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I'm in a tropic club. Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, let the light shine through. gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for can stay right here, we will play until somehow you can find a slightly different frame of mind. Right here in my arms, away from all harm, you'll be safe from all the flares, although I know you don't care. Take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines with your shattered frame of mind. Or instead you could always stay. We can wait right here and play until somehow you can find a slightly better frame of mind. Say you will fall, you can reach nothing at all. Hide your tracks beneath the rind of a different frame of mind. Is that what you heard? Broken words in the dirt, yelling up into the sun. Here we come, here we come. Here we come, here we come. Take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines with your shattered frame of mind. Or instead you could always stay. We can wait right here and play until somehow you can find a slightly better frame of mind. Take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines, but always know that you'll be safe. I'll be here throughout your days. Come find me and we will play. Better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice that sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. I was told when I get older all my fears would shrink, but now I'm insecure and I care what people think. My name's Blurry Face and I care what you think. My name's Blurry Face and I care what you think. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now wish to stop. Young. How come I'm never able to identify where it's coming from? I'd make a candle out of it if I ever found it. Try to sell it, never sell out of it. I probably only sell one. Maybe to my brother, cause we have the same nose, same clothes, homegrown, a stone's throw from a creek we used to roam. But it would remind us of when nothing really mattered. Out of student loans and treehouse homes, we all would take a ladder. My name's Blurry Face and I care what you think. My name's Blurry Face and I what you think. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now wish to stop. Saying, wake up, you need to make money. Yeah. We used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up, you need to make money. Yeah. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now wish to stop. Wish we could turn back time. Wake up, you need the money. Used to play pretend, used to play pretend, money. We used to play pretend, wake up, you need the money. Used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up, you need to make money. Yeah.
Floating
is one family in a sweet harmony. Someday they'll all be free. It's never too late to change your luck. So don't let them steal your light. Don't let them break your stride. There's light on the other side. You'll see all the rain clouds falling. It's a revolution. Make it out tonight. It's forever.
Twerk it, baby. Can you see it? The worst is over. The monsters in my head are scared of love. Falling people, listen up. It's never too late to change your love. So don't let them steal trouble. Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on
Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. tight. Yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, hold tight. Chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me.
exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance, not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. If everyone can start taking their seats again, please. We're about to begin the next panel. All I said was take a seat, like.
Everything that you say.
Joe, can you just do a round and just say, come? Thanks, everyone. Hope you enjoyed lunch and a bit of time to chill and network, and you got to meet some new people. So, what we're going to have next is a panel called The Business Case for Happiness. It's going to be hosted by lovely THI's own Sophie Brannigan, and she's going to be bringing on some very special guests who she's going to be introducing. So, Sophie, would you like to take it away and introduce your panel?
Thank you. I'm loud enough without the mic, so I need to adjust. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming, and I hope you enjoyed your lunch and you enjoyed the talks from Clive and Matt and Kashi earlier. So I would love to welcome the panel onto the stage. So Monique, Jenna and Gemma, please could you join me and take your seats. I will also take a seat at the same time. So yes, as Kashi said, we have half an hour together to cover the business case for happiness. So we've moved from the data and the evidence and the neuroscience from this morning on to the practitioners who have put that into practice in their organisations. And so, Gemma, would you mind introducing yourself, your role, and giving us your what makes you happy?
No problem. I'm Gemma. Hello, everyone. I work at the Happiness Index with Sophie and everyone else. And my role is head of people there, so I get to look after our lovely people at the Happiness Index, together with Laura, who's here somewhere as well. You might have spoken to her. And what makes me happy is going on holiday. That makes me happy. My happy holiday destination is a little place in Florida called St. Pete's Beach. That's my happy place, and I was lucky enough to go there in the summer, so I'm still buzzing from that. I think was that it?
That's it.
That was it.
Yeah. Nice gentle start before the hard questions. Monique, could you do the same, please?
Hi everyone, I'm Monique Samra. I head up people experience at Fuller's. What makes me happy? Quite simply, actually, I enjoy spending time with my nieces and my nephew.
Lovely, love that. And Jenna, could you also introduce yourself, please?
Hi everyone, my name's Jenna Davey. I'm Global Head of Employee Engagement at the Halo Trust. The Halo Trust is an organisation that protects lives and restores the livelihoods of those affected by conflict through clearing landmines, educating people on staying safe, and also weapons and ammunition management. My happy place is I have three small children and a dog, so my life is absolutely crazy all of the time, but I wouldn't have it any other way. And the other happy for today is I'll be happy when I get home, because all of the trains have been cancelled and I'm having to navigate a different way of getting back up to Newcastle, so I'll be happy when I get home.
Thank you. Brill. So for the rest of the session, the guys are going to take us through almost their journey, their story of how they've implemented a listening strategy within their organisation. So I'll guide you through, but please share as much as you want, share all of your little nuggets, your wisdom, your snippets of all of the kind of gold dust that's happened since you started out on your listening programme. So let's start at the very beginning. And Monique, can I start with you on what was your vision for bringing happiness and engagement listening into the organisation?
Yeah, our vision actually was just to revolutionise the people experience. I joined Fuller's in 2020, and the last time they did any form of listening was in 2015, so quite a big gap. And when they did do listening, it wasn't done very well. So my boss and I decided that we needed to, in order to drive any change in our business, we needed to start listening to our people, and that would ultimately feed into revolutionising our people experience.
And Jenna, was it similar for you guys, or was it totally different?
So we have approximately 11,000 staff globally across about 30 countries, we're growing rapidly as well, and we really want to understand how our staff think and feel about working at Halo. Listening to what our staff on the front line, our D-miners from the Ukraine to Angola to Colombia, what they have to say and what we can do to try and improve their lives. They work in really dangerous conditions, remote locations. What they do is physically and mentally hard conditions. So being able to understand and gather that data and insight of what we can do to try and improve their working lives is priceless, really, for us. So,
And in terms of getting buy-in from senior leadership, the organisation as a whole, was it met with resistance? Did you have to kind of convince people around the happiness and engagement part, or were people quite receptive and ready for that?
So I think from a board and directors viewpoint, quite easy. We've got a very supportive CEO and board of directors. I think where our focus was for stakeholders was two areas actually really. One was, as Matt mentioned earlier, around psychological safety is people's trust. And, you know, a lot of our staff work in cultures where, you know, freedom of speech isn't openly kind of promoted. People have never asked their views, fear of retribution. So one of our hardest kind of areas to focus on was actually engaging with staff to get them to trust what we do, why we're doing it, and the anonymity side of the platform. So that was kind of one area. And then the other area is educating our managers in their role, you know, in promoting actions really important, communication, you know, it's their teams, it's their survey, so helping them to understand what their role is and actually making an impact. So it was more those two groups rather than the sort of senior leadership team.
That's really interesting, especially the point on psychological safety for a business like yours is, I suppose, even higher than it is in kind of a corporate organisation, for example. Thank you for sharing. Monique, what about the buy-in or the different stakeholder groups that you had to influence at the start?
Ours actually was pretty similar to Jenna's. I think buy-in at our exec level wasn't really the challenge. I think they were very prepared to embark on this journey, and they were open and willing to hear the good and the bad of what's happening in the business. I think the challenge was more as you went through senior levels and middle management. They just didn't understand the purpose of why you need to listen. Plus, I think also some of the neuroscience language for a lot of people felt it kind of went over their heads. But I think in time now, we're 3 years in, that it's really resonated with really how people think and how people feel and how we can make change through that. Again, very similar to Jenna, our front of house teams, our back of house teams, 25% of them are very, very young. So again, they're not really engaged in this. They just want to kind of come to work, earn some money and go home. English isn't a first language for a lot of our teams. So just them understanding the context of the question was also a challenge. And communication is not brilliant in our business. We've got over 200 sites across the UK, and each site works very independently. So getting them to understand the why for the whole business was a challenge. But again, you know, over the last 3 years, we've done a lot of work to just build that trust in order for them to see that the feedback that they leave allows us to drive positive change.
Yeah, I think that's so important, isn't it? That it might be hard at the very start, but if you continuously feed that information in and that consistent story, that can help. Gemma, in terms of obviously hard question for the happiness index, because it's our vision and we had buy-in from the top because it came from the top.
Yeah, thankfully.
So in terms of kind of freedom to be human, do you want to talk a little bit about that side of things as well?
Yeah, so for anyone who might not know, the vision at the happiness index is freedom to be human. So that's, there's not a sort of official definition as to, you know, what that is. That's purposely ambiguous for people to interpret themselves how they interpret that slogan, and we try to, everything that we do, we try to make sure that we are living true to that vision. So our listening strategy, our people strategy, everything we try to do is making sure that we are walking the walk, we're not just talking the talk, and it starts with listening to what our people want, what they need from working with us and for us. And we don't presume, like what Matt was saying earlier, we don't even internally, we don't presume that we as a people team or as a senior leadership team know what our people want and what's best for them. We ask them, we listen to them, and we're doing it all the time. So, yeah.
And I am 3 months in. I didn't introduce myself either. So I'll do it now. I'm Sophie and I head up the customer success team. So it's my job to make sure our customers are happy and engaged, is how I see it. But I have seen us do a cultural assessment in my first couple of months, and I think what was really powerful for me was the difference in scores in personal growth, which is one of the 8 themes. And actually within a year, you had focused very much on an area that we scored lower as an organisation, and then we could celebrate in a year later because we'd seen that change, we'd seen that impact that the action had had. And again, I think that helps buy-in and response rates and staff coming on the journey with you as well.
Yeah, definitely want people to be able to see the work that you've done, the projects that you've rolled out, the areas that you've focused on are the ones that people have highlighted as being areas for improvement.
Cool. So we've done kind of vision setting, scene setting. In terms of the first survey that you ran within the organisation, just talk us a little bit through how that went. Was there any challenges that you faced that might be inspirational or tips for the audience? Kind of how did the first survey then go, and what learnings did you kind of take from that, especially on the diverse organisations that you guys are working in? Monique, do you want to start with that one?
Yeah, so when we did our first survey, we reached a 40% response rate, and our average happiness and engagement score was 7.3. So given that we hadn't done anything for 5 years, I think that was quite good. But what I found, which was a bit of a light bulb moment, was, and Matt was actually with us when we took the results to the exec, and all the scores were up on the board. And, you know, I think scores can be quite subjective, because what I might think is good, someone else might not. But we tried to bring to life those scores and add a bit more context and share some of the comments that our teams had left. And there was one, actually there were quite a few around work-life balance. And there were comments like, I've got a 2-year-old daughter which I haven't seen for 2 weeks because I am doing late to earlies, or I'm doing 70-hour weeks and I'm not getting my rotas in advance. And I remember our CEO took off his glasses and he said, you know, we've got to do something to change this. So at that moment, I think it just reinforced the fact that actually they were taking this piece of work really seriously. And if that message was coming from the top, it was going to cascade through the business and we would make change. And we have made change. One of the lowest scoring areas we had in year 1 was that piece around having a voice and feeling listened to. And as part of our company action plan, we rolled out employee voice, and we also set up forum groups with our managers. And in year 2, we saw the piece around listening become one of our strengths. So in terms of building that trust, we still have to continue year on year to build the trust. But I think our people do see that when we create these action plans, they might be small changes, but they're small changes that add value to our teams. So that belief is there now that it's making a difference.
I love that story from the first kind of meeting where your CEO basically picked up on 1 or 2 comments, and that does just add so much kind of insight and flavour to the scores to have that element in the survey.
And actually the word, the happiness index, is embedded in our culture now. You'll go around the business and people will stop and say, before they do any kind of change project, what does the happiness index tell us? What are our people saying? So it's nice now that it is embedded. We just need to keep it going.
Love that. Jenna, what about your kind of first survey send? Any challenges? Any tips?
So just to give a bit of an overview of kind of how we've set up and what we're doing, we've taken a kind of a couple of pronged approach. So we have our global survey, or what we term our global survey, which is for sort of senior national staff, middle managers and senior managers, which was the first one that we launched back in December last year. And we've just done a repeat of that survey in September. We also we're launching programme by programme so that we can really focus in, because obviously every country is different, every culture is different in terms of working practices and the climate that they work in. So we're rolling out programme by programme, of which we've done 4 so far, and we've got another 6 this financial year. So we've got a lot of surveys happening at the moment, and we've had a lot of learnings from our first one that we launched in December. I think one of the big kind of takeaways, and I think when I've worked previously in organisations around this, is you're quite slow to get off the mark. So there's a big flurry of activity around, we want to hear what you've got to say. We want to listen. Please fill the survey in. Everybody goes off, fills the survey in, and then it kind of just goes quiet for months and months and months. And then you kind of think, oh, we need to go and start looking at it. You then look at it and think, wow, I've got all of this data, all of this insight. Where do I even start? And then you spend months and months sorting through all of that. And then a year can pass and you've actually done nothing. Come back round. Can you fill the survey in again? And people are thinking, well, no, because nothing's happened. So we were slow off the mark with our first one. But as we're launching others, as we've been going, we're taking those learnings and we're putting it in. So we're strengthening the support that we give to our managers and the communication around with staff around what it is, why we do it, but then more importantly supporting with action. So once we have that data in, what are the results telling us? What are our people saying? What can we do? What do we want to do? And actually focusing in on sort of a small number of impactful areas that we can make change on. Obviously, it's all important. All of the data is important, but we can't do everything, and we can't do everything straight away. So we need to be really disciplined in terms of what are we going to focus on, and then actually doing it, and then telling people what we're doing about it. So we are getting better. I must admit, I was very surprised at the response rates and the scores that we've got, bearing in mind the nature of the work that we do. We've had quite high response rates and actually a quite high average score. So it's encouraging that's there and people are sharing, but it's what does that look like in terms of trends? Where do we position that? What does that mean? And another kind of just to bring it all to life a bit, it's for us as Gemma mentioned before. It's we don't want to make assumptions about things, and we don't want to stereotype certain groups of people. And I think the insights that we get are really, really important. When I joined Halo 8 months ago, I did a familiarisation trip out to Colombia so that I could understand and really get first-hand experience of what our staff have to deal with in terms of clearing landmines. And the first thing I noticed was who knew that a landmine field wasn't just a flat piece of land that's kind of, I thought it was like no man's land, which in some cases they are, but in the particular place that I went to, Colombia, it was in the middle of a mountain range. So I had to literally hike full PPE for about an hour and a half in 30-degree heat up to where the minefield was. The toilets were holes in the ground, nothing I'd ever experienced before. And the staff that I was with had actually carried all of their equipment, so I didn't even have that. They had the equipment, and then they spent 8 hours on their hands and knees clearing through. So really, really difficult conditions. And I said to them, we're going to be launching the Happiness Index. I'm here to find out what you think and feel. But until we do that, because that's next week, tell me what is it that you like to, working at Halo? And the probably obvious answers that you would think is, I'm making my community safe. Halo are giving me a role, they're giving me a job, they're giving me a career. And then I said, so tell me, what is it that we could do better at Halo, expecting the onslaught of, working conditions and so forth. And bearing in mind, I was, soaking wet at the top of a mountain, laden with all my kit, thinking, right, come on, I'm ready for you. And literally everybody that I spoke to said, I don't spend enough time with my family because I'm away and I'm here, and they often live on site for sort of 5-6 weeks at a time. It would be great if I could spend a bit more time with my family. And I thought, wow, like really? Like, come on, what else? That's it. And I was thinking, my thought process of what I would expect you to say, completely different. So I was really looking forward to then launching Happiness Index to understand more about that. And actually, there's probably some things that we can't change due to the nature of what we do, but those little things that we can, just to improve their working lives, improve their happiness, improve their engagement at work, then let's try. So that for me was really surprising in that it wasn't what I was expecting to come back from those results.
So that is such a powerful story. And again, it's the stories that kind of stick out and stay with you, and make you want to make that change. So I could have written down, I'm glad I didn't bring a pen up, because we could have been here for another 3 hours. So many little points that I wanted to pick up on. I'm so glad you mentioned the focus and the picking a couple of things to start to action. I love the rule of 3 in any element. So 3 things discussed in an email or whatever it is. So I love the rule of 3, 2 or 3 kind of key actions that can be taken and impact. So I love that you said that. In terms of the accessibility of surveys, especially if you're up the mountain, can you talk through any of the kind of ways that you got the survey out to all of your different employees in these different conditions?
Yeah, so we've probably picked some of those countries that are a bit easier in terms of connectivity. Another issue we have is language, which I know you mentioned before, and also literacy for some of our frontline staff as well. The literacy rates can be a challenge. So we're working with Hayley, our contact at the Happiness Index, to understand kind of how we can approach those specific sort of challenges that we have. The standard sending an email out from the platform is obviously our ideal. It means that we can manage it more efficiently, automated, etc. We've looked at using WhatsApp, so a generic link with using their insurance numbers as an identifier, sending that out. We've worked with, before we launch in a program, we do I guess kind of a workshop session with the leaders to identify kind of a scoping session of what's going to work, how it's going to work, and we adapt to that. So some of our programs, before they go off out onto into the operations, they'll gather everybody together and they'll send a tablet round that staff can fill it in. Like I say, we've done the easier countries first. So our next challenge is going to our larger and more complex programs where those sorts of things are going to be more of an issue. And we're looking at the potential of developing an app so that staff can fill it in, and then obviously when they're in Wi-Fi connectivity, it'll load across. We're also looking at voice activation so that it can capture from a literacy point of view. So there's a whole host of different things that we're exploring, and obviously Hayley's been fantastic in guiding us through what our options are and what we can do with that.
Amazing. I'm doing a time check, but we were late, so I'm keeping going until someone tells me to get off. Gemma, can I come to you on, I suppose, let's ramp it up to what are the pivotal moments, what are the celebrations that you could share in terms of results that we've had at the Happiness Index?
There's been lots of things to celebrate. You touched on it earlier. The most recent one is our culture assessment that we ran last month. And like you said, the previous culture assessment that we run, personal growth, as it would probably be in a lot of your organisations, was a lower scoring area. So myself and Laura, as well as lots of people in the company, our community leaders, our senior leadership team, we all got behind the projects that we decided to roll out. And this time around in September, our scores increased by 23% on that theme. So we are very, very proud of that. So that's definitely a most recent thing to celebrate. And also our response rate as well significantly increased. So the last time we did it was about 75%, which we were still pretty okay about. But obviously being the company that we are, we want to make sure that we are hearing from absolutely everybody if we possibly can. And so this time around it went up to 94%. We've got a couple of people on maternity leave at the moment, so we think that they're the ones that brought the average down, which we're okay about. We don't mind that. So yeah, we're really chuffed with the most recent cultural assessment results. And also, just sort of coming back to what you were saying earlier about surprises with when you was running surveys, I think because we've always done it at the Happiness Index, we've always used our own product internally. The difference between the responses you get from employee voice versus the cultural assessment, that's something that always, I don't know if it surprised me, but always intrigues me. It's always a much more reflective kind of response that you get from people during the cultural assessment, whereas it can be a bit more of an emotional response to things in employee voice. So neither's good or bad, it's just an interesting insight.
Great links back. Great links back to the brain image that we had on before.
I'll get points of Clive for that.
Monique, what about you? Pivotal moments at Fuller's?
There's been quite a few actually, because very similar to both of you, we've done very small changes. We haven't had a massive action plan. We've done stuff that we can know we can make a difference. We've created a lot more listening groups in our business. We have improved the way we communicate. I'm quite proud of the fact that we've reached a 64% response rate, because we just closed our assessment last month. But then I listen to other people and they're like in the 70s and 80s, and I think, well, we've still got some way to go. But the nature of our business is we have a lot of turnover because people come and join us for the summer periods or they're uni students. So we have to always re-engage our business every year, which I think is the challenge. But I think the pivotal moment is, like I said, the word happiness index is genuinely now embedded in our language. We don't run any change projects without considering what we know from our surveys. And that was never the case before. So I'd say that's the biggest thing.
Well. And Jenna?
I think our pivotal moment probably is the work that we've been doing with managers around their understanding and the education piece. And now we have a series of toolkits that we share with them that they then use with their staff, so that staff have an understanding of, we've done the survey, and then it just goes quiet. There's key points along the way that they share the results, the actions. If things aren't moving forward with the actions, don't just go quiet, explain what we're doing, why we're doing it. So I think for us, it's that we're still quite early in our journey of actually making change. So we've done some quick wins, and when we've done our repeat survey, our scores have gone up overall, which is great to see. And I think that is testament to some of the smaller quick wins that we've done. We do have quite an ambitious change programme that's happening probably over the next 12 months. Mm-hmm. So I think if we come back again next year, if we're invited back, we can talk more about that impact. So yeah, for us, the pivotal role is actually the engagement of staff and people understanding what it is and buying into it. Yeah. And yeah, watch this space, I guess.
We're coming back, everyone. Event for sharing impact.
I might still be here from this year, from now if I don't get home.
Cool. So final question to everyone on the panel is, if you could leave the audience with one piece of advice if they're starting out on an happiness and engagement listening journey, what is that kind of nugget of advice that you would give them? Gemma, you go.
Not to be afraid, to just go for it. I don't think, not to sort of hesitate about what you could get back or what you could hear or what the responses could be, because if you don't know, if you don't hear that stuff, if you don't listen to that stuff, then you can't possibly even try to improve things or make it better for that people or that group of people. So yeah, not to be afraid of what you might get back and to just jump in and go for it.
Monique?
Yeah, mine probably would be, you have to be prepared to face into everything that comes out of it, and you have to be prepared to want to drive that change. It can't be a tick box exercise because it will never be meaningful, and I think that will very quickly be felt throughout the business. So be prepared really to not hear the things maybe that you didn't want to face into as a senior team.
Running theme. Jenna?
Totally agree with what you've both said. I guess from a different point of view, going to my rational side of my brain, being practical is managing expectations. We've really found that managing the expectations of leaders before, during, and once the survey closed. I say after, but it's not really after because the action planning is then. But it's just managing their expectations so they know what to expect, they know what their role is, they know that they have to look at the results and how long that potentially could be, what the action planning looks like, just so that they really buy into it and it's planned in. So totally agree with what you've said, but just, I guess, something different.
Thank you. Thank you so much for missing trains and going to get flights to be with us today, and for sharing your stories. Was amazing. Thank you so much.
Right, gang. That was wicked. We always love hearing from happy customers. And thank you so much, Sophie, for being an excellent host. Very much enjoyed that. Well done. But yeah, so our guest is Kevin. My first impression of Kevin was when he walked into the office to teach us about employment law using Lego. So I'm going to leave you with that. And I'm going to let Kevin come up and introduce himself. And yeah, take it away, Kevin.
That photo is obviously a few years old. So how do I introduce myself? My name's Kevin, and I'm a recovering lawyer. Because I reclaimed my soul. So I wasn't sure what to talk about today, because Matt said, can you do this talk? And then he sent me the agenda with advancing racial equity. So I was like, well, how do I do that? And then got on the call with him. He's like, it's a TED Talk, TEDx talk style. And I was like, oh, damn. I'm using cards, which they don't do on TEDx because I'm a rule breaker too. So I told my wife about it, and she said, don't worry, use your best asset. I was like, what's that? Your smile. So if I'm not smiling today, Colgate, let me know. But when I was sat down thinking about, what am I going to talk about? What am I going to talk about? That line that my wife said came to me. And then I realised I use my smile a lot to get away with how I'm feeling, which sort of relates with what we've been talking. But I still didn't know what I'm going to write about. So it's not on here. Is this the clicker? Sweet. So what I decided to talk about was my deep unhappiness and how I sort of fell into advancing racial equity, and then how it led me to starting a community called Diversity X. But I kept thinking about the lines in that song from Smokey Robinson, Tracks of Your Tears. My smile was off, but the problem was my wife would notice it, my family would notice it, but my work didn't. And they didn't know for 13 years. Despite me constantly saying, I'm unhappy, or what can I do? What can I do? But I also didn't make a jump. I stayed. So, going back to when I was trying to work out what to talk about, that jumped out at me because it was sat on my desk from Matt's book. So thanks, Joe, because that was the inspiration for this talk. That graph actually represents how I was feeling over the last good few years. But before we go into my story about that unhappiness, I just want to give you a couple of warnings. There is a video in this that is pretty harrowing. It's not as harrowing as the one I wanted to show, but I decided to tone it down a bit, but it is harrowing. But, you know, this is the happiness index, and happiness is not linear. It moves and ebbs and flows, but it is harrowing. So we are going to use song. So there is a video, Tom Petty song, and we'll end with a song near the end as well to highlight a point. But before we get onto it, imagine a world. What would it look like if everybody had equity? What would it look like if we could all be free to be human? What would it feel like to you? Keep those in mind as we go through this story. So I guess I could start with being a douchebag lawyer. Let's start there. The Whiskey Club. So part of being a douchebag lawyer is it's testosterone-filled, ego, and wanting to climb a ladder, irrespective of who's around and who falls off. And it was focused on money. And I guess part of that is, as you start climbing that ladder and get more of that good stuff, the money, apparently, you can do things like the Whiskey Club. So the Whiskey Club was something that I fell into, but probably was a proponent of as well. It was a small clique of senior people within the organisation I worked. So there was a couple of C-suite people, one of which was my boss, myself, and basically the people we invited to, after work, go and drink whiskey, smoke cigars, and talk shit, really. So I moved to the corporate headquarters of the company I worked at in 2017, and this started shortly afterwards. And I enjoyed it, because I felt I was moving up that greasy pole, and I did have aspirations. I was not unclear about where I wanted to be. I wanted, at some point, to take my boss's job. And I was open with that. I said, like, how are you going to get me to get into that room? And that was often my question. I'd never had a review in like 9 years. I never had a performance review. But he used to say to me, Kevin, don't worry. You'll know when you're doing a bad job because your paycheck stops. And that was it. You'll be out. So we used to go out, drink, and it was a small niche of guys. And I realised one of my friends at work was a woman. And I remember having this debate with my wife at home. She was like, oh, is Melissa going? And I was like, no. It's an after-work thing. It's not work-related. She was like, but it's everybody from work. Why isn't Melissa going? It's like, and I defended that. And I remember having this conversation with some of the others, and they're like, well, you know, can't talk what we want to talk about. It's like, And that sort of started to make me feel a little bit uneasy. But the other side of me was like, and I grew up in, my dad always used to say, don't rock the boat. So I didn't want to rock the boat. So I didn't say anything, but I kept it inside. Also, part of being one of those people who wants to keep climbing the ladder until you get to where you get to was being able to execute well. So if someone says to you, go and do something, you'll just go and do it, despite what we feel. And as good lawyers, generally we're good executors. So I was doing things like, nobody wanted to go to Australia to tell people who had been at the company longer than I've been alive, we're closing down and there is no more jobs. We're not even staying in the country, we're leaving. So I said, I'll fly, I'll go and do it, because maybe that will help with that bonus at the end of the year, and maybe that's the ticket into that room. So I'm climbing, I feel like I'm getting into that room. Regular conversations. I go into lunchroom with my boss, and generally my conversations with the CEO and the CFO, and I was like, I felt good. I was like, I must be making myself feel important, or people think I'm important in this organisation and what I say matters. The reality of it is, as I started to climb that ladder, is that there's nobody I can relate to. Like, there simply isn't me in that room. But that didn't stop me from wanting to get in there. But then, as I started looking and there's nobody in for me, I was getting the invitations. Kevin, would you like to come to the golf club today? After work drinks, you know, my boss was the president of the golf club. So I'd go in there, and this one story was, I went there, told my wife I'll be home late from work. And then I started noticing everybody serving me was my colour. But none of the other guests was my colour. Not one. And then I sat down at the table, my boss, his wife, their friends, golf club members. And this woman came up to me. She was like, I was talking to your wife the other day. I was like, I doubt it, because she doesn't talk to anybody. But, Auntie Pat, please don't tell Auntie Geraldine I said that. No, I doubt it, because she's never been to this golf club. And like, we're not members here. And she's like, no, I know your wife, talk to her. And I was like, I just don't think that's possible. And then it clicked. She thinks I'm somebody else. She just saw the brown dude and goes, okay, he's not serving, so he must be that one guy in the golf club. So, to alleviate these situations in those days, I'd start talking like this, which it helped me. What I didn't expect to happen was, she also started talking like this, back to me, and it shocked me. Another conversation, same event, quite a well-known lawyer in that area, actually, decided to come up to me and say, I've got a joke for you. And I won't explain the joke, but it was about Arabs and they're using pretty horrific terminology. So I left. On the Monday morning, I went to speak to my boss. And his response was, oh, no, I don't think you must have imagined it. It was pretty much, he wouldn't accept that. And that's when I started to wobble. But we hit 2020, and as soon as COVID hit, our company went into a real strategic operational mode. So every single day, 7 days a week, I was in the US, I'd get up at between 5 or 5:30, but I was on calls at either 5:30 in the morning or 6, every single day. And the first thing is, roll call, how many deaths are there? So every single day, this went on for 6 months, but every single day, I'd get up and the first thing I hear was death. But at that time, business was shutting down or putting people on furlough. But I was sat at home going, this is really going to affect people. Like, maybe there's another way. So, stupidly, or maybe not stupidly, I wrote this email to the chief HR officer and the 2 EVPs who were responsible, who were tasked with restructuring. And I was basically asking them, think of a different way. Like, I'm not naive to say that we will have to avoid making people redundant. But imagine the impact on them right at this time. Because people were dying, then all of a sudden you come home and you go to your partner, I've lost my job. And in the US, they live paycheck to paycheck. Every 2 weeks you get paid and there's no money. I wanted them to stop and think and go, we've tried everything else and this is the last resort. So we've implemented all the good stuff, but there isn't. What that did, because at the whiskey club, going back to the whiskey club, at the whiskey club I was told very, very clearly, you are the successor. It played me. The moment I sent that, nothing was said. Nothing was ever said, but I knew if this worked. If you've ever seen the film Jerry Maguire, he sends a similar sort of memo. And then he feels exactly what the song says. Free falling, It's the only time I can ever sing 'cause I'm not allowed at home. All right, it's enough for Jerry. Same year, though, George Floyd happened. And I use the thing rinse repeat because this is the video. So I think you should watch it, but it is bad. Imagine a world where everybody has equity, where everybody's free to be human. That led me to reflect on my own journey. It broke me. I'm starting to get emotional now. Wow. I'd done a course at Cornell to study diversity, equity and inclusion, which I used to try and push in the organisation. I started to push really, really hard at this point because that broke me. I lived, so that was in Detroit. Who's seen the Eminem movie 8 Mile? 8 Mile looks like in that movie today. It's still like that. It's rough. I lived at 10 Mile, in between 10 and 8. And that was, I think, about 4 Mile. But over where I lived, copters were going over and over and over and over and over and over and over. You can hear the police cars. You can hear the sirens. And I was in bed, and I was just watching videos like this all the time. So I was like, sorry, my French now, Auntie Pat, fuck it. I can't take this anymore because I was broken at that point, and I didn't realise how much actually racism I've had in my life. So I started, well, what can I do? What can I do? I can do something in the organisation I work in, because there's nobody, I've been at that top of that ladder, there's nobody that looks like me. There's no women. We went public with not one woman on the board. How does that happen in 2017? Because people don't care, but I do. So in a city I lived in, it's called Huntington Woods, it was a small city, I'd called them out. I'd called the council out saying, you're not doing anything. There's a community just down the road. They're taking an anti-racism stand. Why aren't we? So one of the councillors called me up and said, can you help us create an anti-racism plan for this community? So I said, yes. But I'm only going to do it if you bring along the residents. And it starts at a young age, because this is systemic. And by the way, just quick side note, when I moved to the US, we were up in the middle of the night, right? Because we'd moved from Asia to Detroit. We'd used to get up. We were put in this apartment. In the middle of the night, we couldn't sleep. My wife and I couldn't sleep. So we'd look out the window. Great view, actually. Okay view. But what we'd see is trucks. And I kid you not, there was crucifixes on those trucks going up and down the Woodward, which is the main street from Detroit Center out through into Michigan. It reminded me of that. So I said, this is systemic. You need to start with the children. So part of my program means you have to educate the educators first, and then you need to make sure that those children that goes into that school, when they go home and they talk about what they've learned, that their parents understand. That means it's compulsory that their parents must attend those lessons too. And so the council said, we'll put that into the plan. This isn't the worst of it, but I put this one up here. So at the council meeting, this was like, I'd made the decision at this point, I thought, not to get into politics, but to get into politics, Trump's a dick, and I need to leave this country because there's guns as well. And I'm just like, for my family, it's not safe. We have the choice. We can go back home. At the council meeting to approve the plan, it got Zoom bombed. And there was really anti-Semitic stuff. And the area I lived in was very, very Jewish area. But also there was this. And that says, Kevin Withane sucks gorilla dick. There was a lot worse, using the N-word and other things, really anti-Semitic stuff as well. But it's got Zoom bombed. So the meeting got cancelled. Literally the day before I flew, they had a really closed meeting and approved the plan. So thankfully that plan got through. So that led me on a journey of, okay, I've come back to the UK, I'm still working in this environment, but where is that? I'm there. Like, that's where I am. And it was hard not to be like that. But I didn't know at work, because Colgate. So they just thought, oh, he's the guy who just keeps talking about it. But then racial equity, he's just trying to get himself into that room. Yes, I was. But I believe I earned it on merit too. So this led me to doing some work with Matt for Shireen Daniels, who she held a conference. It's probably one of the most life-changing events I've been to, like, genuinely, in September 2021. So this is slightly old data here. But we started collecting data about like how different groups feel in the workplace. I'm only going to share a few bits, but it turns out, from a happiness point of view, from an ethnic group or religious group, Muslims, those with Islamic faith, least happy. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to move on. But it was really, really eye-opening data. And in an organisation like mine, I remember bringing Matt in to, can you talk to our executives? We had like 20 executives. And we talked about the engagement survey that the company had done. And everybody was like, we haven't seen the results. I said, like, we don't talk about happiness at all. We don't ask people that. We don't ask. And they're like, yes. And Matt, actually, at the end of the conversation, who was that guy? And I was like, that's the HR director. He's like, what? So this data led me to think, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? I'm unhappy. I need to see a change. I can't get the change that I need to see in there. So then I started looking at, well, who do I want to work with? And I started looking at startups. They're interesting. I've got a relationship with Matt. He's a startup. I like what they do, and there's a different energy, and it seems like people want to do good things. They should have been pennies. I apologise. They're actually euros. So in one of these, it's 100 pennies. 100. I need to use my cards now. Black entrepreneurs receive, historically, less than 2% of venture capital funding. This year, black women receive less than a penny. So this is what this looks like. Women get about 2% in general. Sorry to pick on you.
That's okay.
That's a pound. You owe me 12p.
That's rubbish.
You owe me half of that. I gave her a penny, and that's still not enough. So I decided, I've got 3 mixed-race children. It's not their fault they're mixed-race, it just happens that I'm their dad. And it's unacceptable to me that the world will treat them like this. Unacceptable. Out of those 3, I have a daughter. It's even worse that the world says to her, you get to the back. You come over here. No way that's going to happen to my children. So I founded Diversity X. Because I wanted to work with startups, because I believe there's opportunities and there's plenty of people doing good things to create bigger companies, but also there's startups today. By the time my children enter the workforce, hopefully they're live, kicking, bigger companies. And I wanted a world which would create opportunity for my children. What I struggle with is there's so much data. Matt loves data. This whole happiness index is all about data. There's so much data, and yet, even with that data that says that founders with greater gender and ethnic diversity achieve 30% higher returns for investment, why are we not taking the steps to turn over every stone to find the people to back? Because they come from every single walk of life. I don't understand it. So I started a community. Started 2 years ago with a few people, Matt being one of them, just joined. I was like, I don't know what I'm doing, don't know what this is all about, but let's see what happens. We've got now over 700 people in the community and probably an overly active WhatsApp group, which I had to close down for a while because it was too active, and then then everybody shouted at me, so I've opened it again. But I'd like you to just hear what they have to say.
So DivestX is a community that cares about diverse founders. It's like having a bunch of friends with different talents. So I'm trying to solve climate change. So all I have to do is say, I'm looking for help in sustainable fashion or solar, and people will reach out to me. Or people can actually ping me and say, can you help me, Sandeep? And I'm more than happy to help them.
Basically, it's a safe space. Because if you have this systemic issues of racism, lack of equity, both in gender and race, but not just that, disability, neurodiversity. There's even ageism. First time older founders struggle to raise money to support their business. And I'm not just talking about venture capital or angel investment, like getting bank loans, which I find odd because they're people with a lot of life experience and skills. So I need the place to be a safe community. So not like a worky environment, but actually like it starts with, we've used the word psychological safety, trust, connection. And that's what it's about. I started the community then to help underestimated founders. And I use that term intentionally, not underrepresented, because quite frankly, there's lots of them. They're just overlooked and underestimated. I also trademarked it intentionally. So anybody that uses it, I look at their portfolio, and then I'll send them a cease and desist letter if they use the term. Joys of being a greasy, ladder-climbing lawyer, I guess. So I actually wrote to McKinsey because they published an article this year, but it was a good one, so I let them off. So what are the challenges? The challenges are systemic limitations and being tokenized. And I put this quote in here from a black woman founder, which I actually stole from the McKinsey report, so I did let them know I was stealing that. But it said, I had learned to adapt my language on the phone to appear white. But when it came to being in person, I would pray before walking in the room to make sure I would receive the same reaction as I did on the phone. My name's Kevin, because my dad wanted to anglicise my name so that I'd have it easier. My brother's called Trevor, so Kevin Trev. There you go. Turns out we did all right, because we both became lawyers, and he's got his own firm. So maybe it worked. Tokenisation. There's a lot of tokenisation. So now when I look at startups, there's lots of programs where only focus on black founders. And you look at the organisation, you're going, you've got all of this money, but you've only given this small slice to this demographic. Or we only focus on female founders. Same thing. Nobody's really doing it for neurodiverse founders, disabled founders, LGBTQ+ founders at all. So they're just taking two demographics and just tokenisation. It's all about mentoring, not sponsoring. And I think that needs to change. Then on the other side of the coin, you've got investors. And they have problems too. But the thing is, they're a harder reach because they don't necessarily want to change. And I don't want to change because I did some research into this. I went back 15 years of all of these reports that says the 2%, 1% to these underestimated founders. It turns out those reports go back over a decade. I've actually done a whole piece of research. Never leave your laptop with your child who decides he wants to clean because he wiped it all. Yeah, really upsetting. But what I learned was, it's all well and good writing these reports, but we don't do anything. And there's lots of good people with well-intentioned, and they say, yeah, we're going to do something. But then how does the stat not change? And like, if you're, anybody finance people here? If you see single-digit changes in a business, is that good or not? It feels like it's not. At least not in the organisation I was at. Like, single digits, and no, who cares? It's flat. It's unacceptable then that for 15 years, people going, yeah, we're going to do something about this. I can't wait for that change because my children are getting older every day and they're going to enter that workforce and it needs to be better for them when they get in. So I need all of you to do this. Be an upstander. This is our...
When I fell down to the floor, I thought you'd come to my aid, but you didn't care at all. You just stood by and looked my way. As I lay right here, you stand back there, sending your shitty thoughts and prayers. And as I suffer you neglect, it's the bystander effect. Just gonna stand there without concern. That's alright, just leave me here to crash and burn. Just gonna stand back from where I lie. That's alright, I guess I'll die while you stand by. I'll die while you stand by. I'm here standing on the sideline. Let me tell you what it's like from my side. All these fools stopping and staring as they stand by. I can't help but do the same. I know it ain't right. No fight, no flight, frozen here in plain sight. Stomach turns, you see me twitch and squirm. But wait, no one else around me seems to be concerned and confused by this indifference. It's pluralistic ignorance is stopping me from helping, from delivering deliverance. But hold up, why the hell should I feel guilty? Tell me why the burden rests upon me. It ain't my liability, diffuse responsibility. I readily refuse accountability. You're feeling me? This public exhibition is as much my imposition. If I help, I might be judged, facing audience inhibition. So I hope you can forgive me now as I surrender to the forces I conspire to make a bystander. Just gonna stand there without concern. That's alright, just leave me here to crash and burn. Just gonna stand back from where I lie. That's alright, I guess I'll die while you stand by. I'll die while you stand by. I'll die while you stand by.
For me, freedom to be human means we have to take that risk and be an upstander. Because if we don't, there's always going to be something there, and it does emanate physical pain, because I've had that physical pain of not doing something. Where's that graph? I didn't put it on this one. I said that was a journey, my journey, and it genuinely is. And I was on that graph. The work that I did with DiversityX and trying to do these other things to make a change has taken me from that down point in 2020 upwards. And you'll be pleased to know I left that corporate job, which made me really, really unhappy, and I took years to get out of. And now I'm at that happy point. With that, what future do you want? Thank you.
Kevin, mate, what a legend. Oh my God. I don't know about you, but I feel like I've actually been on that roller coaster up and down journey with you. You had me laughing, you had me nearly crying. That was fantastic. Thank you so much for your insights, Kevin. Next up, we have the wonderful Jessica Hegren, who's going to be talking to you about careers after babies. She's a legend, and she's come dressed in yellow because she's so on brand. So give it up for Jessica. Pink earrings as well. Quality.
Hey everyone. My name is Jess Hegren. I am founder of Careers After Babies. Thank you for having me here. I'm also a member of Diversity X, so can vouch for Kevin's awesome community. Genuinely amazing place to be as both a founder and somebody who is regularly underestimated. Gosh, where to begin? So my previous employed role was... Oh, we got a clicker. So my previous employed role was as Director of Strategy and Distribution for one of the UK's best-known insurance companies. I'd been fast-tracked through there. I was the only female member of the board. It was an insurance. You can imagine what everybody else looked like. I was only female, youngest, I think, in that 15,000-strong organisation by some number of years. But I had started their diversity and inclusion committee. I had moved up quite quickly. Then I did that thing that us women do, and I had a baby. Actually, I had 4 babies. If you're wondering how chaotic and disgustingly messy my house is, then you can guess from the picture. I only took 5 months maternity leave off. I didn't want anyone covering my role. I didn't want anyone to steal my job while I was away. And what that meant was that when I went back to work, I just wasn't ready. I really wasn't in a good place. I lost all my confidence. I don't think I spoke in a meeting for about 2 months. I just lost all sense of who I was. And it was a really, really hideous return. To the point where I said to my husband, let's just have another baby. Then I can take a year off and I don't have to think about this anymore. And that's what we did. I actually went a step further and I quit that job completely. So I became a stat that I'm going to talk to you about today. Before we do that, I'm going to tell you a quick story. We've got 3 characters in our story. As I'm telling you this, I want you to jot down either physically or just keep them in your head for later, the mistakes that you recognise that we come across during this story. So we've got 3 characters. We've got Lucy here. Lucy is 32. She's been with our company, let's call them AnyCorp, for about 10 years since she graduated. She's something of a shining star. She reports into Steve, our account director. Steve is in his late 40s. He's got 2 kids. They're grown up. He wasn't really around that much when his kids were growing up because he had a stay-at-home wife who did most of the childcare. And then we've got Luke. So Luke recently joined us. Lucy's been teaching Luke everything she knows. He's been around for a couple of years. But today we are going to focus on Lucy. So Lucy has just found out she is pregnant for the 3rd time. She's had a couple of miscarriages, but she didn't share that with work because she didn't want to be labelled one of those people who was going to go off soon. She's had her 12-week scan. Everything's going well, and it's time to break the news to Steve. So she books in a one-to-one with him, and she says, hey, guess what, Steve? Oh, I'm having a baby. A bit nervous about telling him. Steve's reaction is, oh, God, I just keep losing you amazing women to having babies. But congratulations. Don't really know what the next steps are, but give HR a call and they'll tell you what happens next. So Lucy goes off, she talks to HR. She's pleased in some ways because they tell her that she doesn't have to use her annual leave for her scans, that she's entitled to all of that. And then later on, they break the news to the rest of the team. That's great, until a couple of days later, one of them references her baby brain when she forgets the client's name. She brushes it off. It happens. Over the next... How pregnant is she now? Over the next few months, they start talking about her handover, and they agree that Luke can pick up most of the client accounts. He knows most of them by now, so he can pick that up. And before she goes off, her and Steve agree that she will check in, obviously, once the baby's born, and they'll meet again around about 5 or 6 months because she thinks she's probably going to take 8 months maternity leave. She has the baby. Great news. Hard work, though. Really hard work. And when it comes to that first check-in, she's feeling really quite anxious and nervous. She doesn't sleep particularly well the night before. They're doing a video call. 5 minutes before she joins the call, baby pukes all over her. She'd washed her hair especially. How annoying. Stinks again. Joins the video call and has a chat with Steve. He gives her a few updates, and then he says to her, "Are you still planning on coming back?" She panics in the moment and says, yeah, that's fine. But when she reflects on it afterwards, she realises that actually that feels very soon and she'd quite like another couple of months. She drops him an email. He says, yep, that's fine. So they check in again at 8 months. She's feeling a little bit better about getting back to work. Says, yep, I'm ready. But Luke's on the call as well. Throws her slightly, doesn't say anything, still feels a bit uncomfortable. Then it's time for her to go back to work. She has talked about a flexible working arrangement. They've agreed that she can do 3 days in the office in London, an hour away from where she lives. She has to leave her baby in a different county, and 1 day working from home. On her first day, she rocks up, she's greeted by Luke. She finds out that Steve is on secondment to another team, and it seems to be that Luke's now her line manager. A few hours into her day, she gets the call, nursery call, and they say, oh, baby's got a temperature. Given her Calpol, it's not coming down. Can you come pick her up, please? It keeps on happening. It happens weekly for the first 6-8 weeks. Luke's okay about it to start off with, but when she misses a couple of client meetings, he starts to get a bit annoyed. He's had enough of it. Lucy is feeling frustrated and unhappy. The pitch to clients has changed a little bit. She doesn't really know where she fits in. She doesn't really know how to use the new system. She's been chastised a couple of times for filling in the wrong box, putting the wrong drop down on the field. She's not feeling great. 6 months in, she's chatting to another mum who says to her, oh, that's weird. I got to phase back over 3 months. I got fully paid and I did a month of 2 days, a month of 3. Did you not get that? Oh, and I had this coach as well who's kind of helped me through all my confidence problems. So she's feeling even more deflated. She asks Luke about it and he says, oh, I didn't know about that. Just give HR a call, find out what they can do. Then she finds out that the vacancy that Luke's been covering has been made permanent and Luke's applied. Nobody mentioned it to her. And when she asks Luke why, he says, well, you were busy with the baby. Like, surely you're not thinking about your career, your next steps at the moment. You don't even look like you're enjoying coming into work. She doesn't apply. Confidence is pretty knocked. She goes home, and later that night, her husband says to her, I've been offered a promotion. I'm going to have a big salary hike. Do you want to carry on working? Do you need to? She's feeling so rubbish, so knocked back, so deflated. She says, yeah, you're right. And she quits. This is happening constantly. We did some research last year, and I published a report in January about it called Careers After Babies, The Uncomfortable Truth. I'm going to share a couple of these headline stats with you, and then we're going to come back to look at what we can actually do about it. I promise it's not all doom and gloom all the way through. So 98% of mums want to carry on working after they have children. 98%. 85% leave the full-time workforce within 3 years of having children. So for the majority of us, it's not possible to look after children and maintain a full-time job. I think most of the parents in the room are probably like, yeah, tell us something we don't know. Where women return to a different role, 85% left the business within 2 years. So in this country, if you take longer than 6 months maternity leave, lots of people know this, but you're entitled to return to a similar role. It doesn't have to be the same one. Lots of organisations will move you into a different area. For the majority of women, that's not working. It's another chip away at engagement. There are 32% fewer women in management roles and 44% more in admin roles. Just let that sink in for a minute. We're talking about gender pay gaps. We're talking about disparity. This is it playing out in real life. This is what's happening. Women are falling out of the workplace and re-entering on easier, simpler, lower skilled roles. and this is the one that really gets me. So 3/4 of us are earning less after we have kids than before, and it takes 10 years for our careers to recover. If you imagine the average age of having children in this country is 32, you may as well not bother working for the first 10 years. Is basically what that says. Why does it matter? So there are a group of people who might say, you're just talking about women in one part of their lives. Actually, no, we're talking about most women for most of their lives. That number for dads is even higher. And actually what we see constantly, particularly, not to stereotype, but particularly in men under 40, they want to play a different role in their children's lives. So what we anticipate is that we'll see an increase in the use of shared parental leave, and then all of these issues will start to impact men as well. It's not just a women-only thing. So I want to go back to Lucy. I also should let you know, actually, that since I published that report in January, round about 200 organisations have reached out to me to say, what can we do about it? Which I think is really great news. I have entirely now dedicated my career to fixing this, and I've spent the last 8 months talking to those organisations saying, what does good look like? And as part of that, we have identified 7 themes, which I will talk to you a bit about at the beginning. First of all, though, I just want, anyone got any particular mistakes that they noticed or that really resonated when I told that Lucy story?
Managers always deferring to HR, managers aren't informed so that that conversation can happen immediate.
Yeah. So did everyone hear that? So that was about managers deferring to HR. So one of our themes that we talk about is this empathetic leadership. So we've talked a lot about today about connectivity. For me, that's a real lack of ownership. So I've talked about mistakes. Actually, these are all opportunities. That's an opportunity to say to somebody, I've got you. I know you're feeling scared and vulnerable right now, but I'm going to help you through this. We're going to go and find out what needs to happen, and I've got you. And that falls under one of our themes of empathetic leadership. It's the other things that fall under that for me is the reaction. So his reaction saying, oh God, I've lost you. Instead, how about, oh my God, this is amazing. I'm so excited for you. I know this is what you've wanted. The difference in tone that it sets. Again, this telling you that we value your contribution, you mean something to us, we want to keep you. There's a big difference there. Any other examples?
Steve isn't allowed to ask when is she coming back. Doesn't the lady have to declare?
Yeah, I think when you're having the conversations, but the pressure, I think, is a really good point. Again, it comes back to this empathy piece. It also, for me, comes back to the conversation that they're having. So, whilst they can't say, when are you coming back, it's absolutely okay to have a conversation around it. I think the important point is around that interaction that they're having, the communication that goes on, and again, that empathy piece. Any more? Sorry, over here.
Not mentioning about the exchange in position.
Yeah, absolutely massive one. So that one was not mentioning about the change in position. So one of our themes that we talk about is parents are progressing. And something I quite often ask organisations is, what does your retention look like at 1 year, 2 year, and 3 years after somebody's returned from maternity leave? Out of the 200 or so organisations I've spoken to, only one of them's known that. Disturbing. But one of the data points that we obviously look for in the accreditation. I think the other things around in terms of progress are that assumption around what happens quite often when a woman comes back from maternity leave is there are these two dynamics that play out. So there's somebody coming back who is feeling really unconfident, not feeling great about things, combined with an organisation making assumptions about their ambition and what they want, and those two only send someone in one direction. I spoke to a lady I love this story, so I spoke to this lady from GlaxoSmithKline a couple of months ago, and she had just been off on maternity leave. She'd taken 8 months off. When she went off, she was on track to be the team leader for a new migraine medication. So that was her role. That was the role that was on her PDP. She went off, she came back, had a terrible time trying to sort out nursery, trying to sort out children and everything. And within her first 5 days, her boss said to her, I'm moving on. Like, this promotion's yours. And she went, no, thank you. There's no way in the world that I can think about this at the minute. And he said to her, yes, you can. You absolutely can. You've got this. I'm going to hold your hand through the interview process. I'm going to make sure your flexible working arrangements stick. You can do this. And she got the job. And she does it. And she's so happy. Like, what an amazing story. What an amazing demonstration of a line manager's ability to change the outcome and support something. Any more examples? Yeah.
You said about the baby brain in the meeting.
Did you know? That was about the baby brain in the meeting. So I talk about culture being a bit of a safety net when it comes to stuff like this. If your organisation knows that it's unacceptable to use that kind of language, then it won't happen. But actually, if nobody's ever called it out, nobody's ever said anything, then that derogatory terms, part-timers, baby brain, all of those sorts of things just don't obviously play out in a good way. So we look at actually how, the question is, how do you create a really family-friendly culture that values parenting? And lots of that comes from talking about being a parent, talking about our families, talking about those things day to day. Having kids feature in your internal comms. Matt's kids are here today. Like, what great! They're real. They're live. This is what I'm doing. Not that I ever doubted it, but yeah, that value in parenting is really important. Any more examples? Yeah.
Lucy's husband assuming that she wants to go back and maybe that pay rise could have gone to something else to actually meet
Yeah.
continue her career somewhere else.
One of the things I quite often say to women is, what conversation have you had with your husband? Sorry, I should just say I haven't been able to speak for the last 3 days. I've literally been gargling lemon and honey. I didn't tell Matt this. My voice came back this morning. I was like, oh, thank God. So about her partner. I always say to women, what conversation happened between you before you had children? Like, where was that conversation that said, who's going to do what? My poor husband, if he was here, from day one, I said to him, just so you know, these are our children. They're not mine. They are ours. And that's how it's going to work. And we literally do 50-50. 50-50 pickups, drop-offs, sickness. Last night, when the 2-year-old was kicking us both in the side of the head, I felt very 50-50 as well. But it's about that conversation. I think less to do with the company, but I think there's absolutely a call to action for every couple to make sure they're having that conversation before things move on. I'm conscious of time. I've only got a couple of minutes left. Any other examples anyone wants to pull out? Yeah.
Well, it's all just scarily relatable, every one of those points firstly. I think it's this information poor thing for the leaders and not being forthcoming about the support that is available.
Yeah.
Just not at all, in my experience, not at all forthcoming about this is the support that is there for you, because I don't think they know.
No.
Or secondly, they don't want to be saying it out loud.
And isn't that really interesting, not wanting to say it out loud, not wanting to declare it? So one of the basis of a lot of this for a lot of organisations is to start with the policies. So what policies and benefits do we have in place? That's great. Yes, they have a home. Yes, it's a statement of commitment, but they're just one tiny part of it. They're the state that should be the backstop. That's kind of the black and white writing stuff. The rest of it is, I talk about policy, practice and process. So policy, yep, you can tick that. Process, yep, you can tick that. The practice around it. So actually what's available in this organisation. Again, it goes back to that taking ownership of it from the beginning and saying, this is what we have. This is what we're here to help you with. You know, we want you to come back to work. We value your contribution. We know that when you come back from maternity leave, you'll probably be a better person than you were. Not a better person, that sounds awful, sorry. A more skilled person than you were before. And it's about, it's difficult for line managers, don't get me wrong, they have lots to think about. But again, for me, it comes back to this cultural safety net thing. Actually, if families are important to us, if parents are an important part of our culture, then that will naturally happen. So, man in the glass.
Hi, yeah, I think the other bit that really sticks out is if Steve had reacted differently at the start, it's celebrated, but everyone within his team is observing what's going on with that. If he role models enthusiasm and excitement about one of his team having a life event, and that resonates through the whole of the workforce. That you know, they look after you, whereas everyone's watching what happens to Lucy.
Yeah, amazing. So I don't know whether everyone heard that. That was about role modelling and about the importance of it, which is another one of our themes. So senior leaders, we call it parenting loudly. So actually that, what are they doing as a parent and how are they supporting parents, and being really quite vocal about that. I think there's an amazing example. I don't know if there's anyone from Aviva in the room, but they changed their shared parental leave policy to equalise everything. What they found was that the uptake of men was much, much slower than women. But when one of their senior leaders took that shared parental leave, the cascade effect was phenomenal. It completely changed. That there's a real thing there about that license to do something when I see somebody else doing it. It's so important.
To the point around communications, I think there's a lack of transparency and communication, because not only did the leaders not know what the policy was, I guess Lucy didn't know either, and she didn't know about the return to work, she didn't know what the policy, so I think there's a big piece around transparency and communication for the organisation.
Yeah, massive amount. And when we're talking about policies, I think that one of the things that we say through the accreditation is having your policies publicly available. So, you know, not easy to find on the internet, you know, obvious one, but actually if somebody's applying for a role with you, they should be able to get their hands on them as well. Nobody wants to sit there in an interview and say, oh, by the way, what's your maternity policy? It's not. I'm not sure that conversation is ever going to get comfortable. But I think as organisations, we can say to people, this is our flexible working policy, this is our maternity policy, this is what we look like for shared parental. And if you're proud of that, then why wouldn't you share that publicly?
No secrets, are
Yeah, exactly. They're there. I think it's nearly time for me to wrap up, but I think we've covered I forgot about my slides. Oh, interesting stuff, flexible working. So again, the research found that 86% would choose to work 3 days or more. More than half would choose to work 4 days or more. I challenge most organisations to say, are there really many jobs that can't be done in 4 days, realistically? The better version of this is saying, let's stop thinking about time and let's start thinking about contribution. For me, that's obviously where we would like to get to, but that's a much longer journey to get there. Here's our 7 themes. I've touched, I think, on most of these. And like I said, we look at policy, process and practice. Just before I go, I want to highlight that the Lucy story is important because it's the death by 1,000 cuts scenario. Any one of those single events probably wouldn't have been enough to make her go. But actually, all of those little things, all of those missed opportunities to remind her what an important part of the organisation she is, ultimately led to her leaving. We have 75 points, I think, under the accreditation, which sounds like a lot. Actually, lots of them are little tiny things. One of them might be, what's your reaction to somebody telling you they're pregnant? You know, what conversation did you have? Did you populate a planning leave template before they went off that talked about handovers, comms, that type of thing? And we provide a lot of the resources to help with that. I'll go back to saying culture is the safety net here. So actually, if you can embed some of these things, role modelling, communication, talking about family, talking about our children, then your culture provides a safety net on a lot of this stuff. You're less reliant on individuals because they know it's not okay to say baby brain. It's not okay to not react nicely when someone tells you their family is growing. I'm Jess Hegren, founder of Careers After Babies, and we are leading the movement to create a cohort of world-class employers of working parents. So I'd love you to join that movement. Please connect with me, and I'll catch you afterwards, hopefully.
Smashed it, Jess. Thank you so much. That was so informative. I mean, harrowing stats, but very, very interesting. Thank you so much. So we're going to take a quick five-minute break. If you want to grab a cup of tea, a little snack, go to the toilet, and then we're going to aim to be back here in about 5, maybe 7 minutes to get started on our last talk of the day, and we can get you all out of here by 3:30. Thank you.
Ryan Little.
I'm going to go primary school teacher for this one. Can we have bums in seats, please? Hello. Time for the last panel of the day. Grab your teas, finish your wheeze, and get back over here. Thank you, thank you. Yes. Usher this way, usher this way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you all managed to pee. Right, thank you everyone. Our final panel of the day today, unfortunately does not include the lemur. Very sad about it. But we have Tony Latter and Jack Vanson talking to us a bit about tech stuff. Can you tell that's not my area? But yeah, let's give them a warm round of applause.
Hi everybody. How are we all doing? I'm doing that big wave because I realised during the pandemic I'm a waver. I never knew I was a waver until I went on a Google Meet and I can't stop waving. So I'm officially a waver. We have some nice back and necks, couldn't be clearer, so that's good for us from our tech perspective, making it nice and clear. So here we go. Okay, we had the title from Matt of IQ, EQ, AI. So lots of letters in there, and we've somehow managed to get about 20 minutes out of 6 letters. So we'll go through this. So, Jack, what makes you happy?
My family and friends, definitely. Huge support. Wouldn't be here without them. Strange, but the paranormal. Huge fan of the paranormal. And it's always a good icebreaker when you do these sort of things. And technology. Love technology. Always have to have the latest technology. Latest phone, latest code, anything technology-wise. So yeah, that's what makes me happy.
Yeah. And a big thank you to Jack as well. So Jack has stepped in because of some trouble issues for Matt Stannard, our CTO. So Jack has very graciously stepped in towards the last minute. So big round of applause for Jack for stepping in. Thank you very much, Jack.
Bear with me.
And then in terms of what makes me happy, so it is family. It's one that whenever I ask this question, go to any event, it's a common one that comes up, but it is very important to me. Travelling is a massive thing for me as well, going and experiencing new cultures, going and experiencing new ways of living that have broadened my horizons and the way that I look at the world. And then the other part is around coaching, whether that's business coaching, entrepreneurship, or whether it's coaching my son's football team. I love that sensation of when you talk to somebody and you see the light bulb go off. They've connected the dots together, and knowing that you had a part to play in that and seeing them pull all of this information together and go and deliver that is incredibly fulfilling. Now, before we get into what we were going to talk about, we had in very typical Matt Phelan style, we had everything planned out and then we had a curveball right at the last second. So we have a couple of extra slides for you guys. So we're going to talk about employee voice a little bit. Not a lot, but just a little bit. You guys have very kindly provided us with 63 responses today. So earlier on, Matt was talking about EV, and would you mind just going in and doing those? So a massive thank you to all of you who have done that. So in terms of the percentage favourable, those who gave a score of 7 or above, we're at 75%, which is great. So we've got quite a nice, happy group of people with us today. Average score about 7.3. But the reason why we put this in there is partly because it's a bit of data and we love data, but also it's about just helping to understand how people are feeling at that moment in time. Like when we look around the room this morning, when everyone was coming in and there's the buzz and everyone's having the coffee and coming and sitting down, who would have thought that 2 people would have given a 2 out of 10 for how they were feeling? You probably wouldn't, because everyone's coming in, but you never really know exactly how people are feeling on the inside. And this is where you get things like employee voice can be incredibly powerful. Kev talked earlier about wearing his smile and that being something at work. Family and friends knew, but at work, that was a defense mechanism. I don't do the smile because I don't use Colgate like Kev does. I use a different brand. Maybe I should switch over. But just in terms of some of the comments that you see down here, we've got some low scores. Like somebody put in here about that they're feeling a bit run down. They haven't been able to exercise recently. Lots of work meetings going on. All of these things that play a big part in actually us as a human and when we turn up for work. So we just wanted to pull out a little bit of the power of data. Now we're actually going to get into why we're here to talk to you today. So we're going to start off with a few definitions. So if we've got 6 letters, we should at least give them a bit of a definition for you. So when we talk about IQ, so you have the standard IQ test that most people are familiar with. We take a slightly different stance to that. So it does stand for the intelligence quotient, and it it is a measure of a person's reasoning ability. But what we tend to look at here as well is how can they use that information and that logic? How can they use that to then take a step back and look at the bigger picture? We'll tie all of this back into the brain systems that you heard about earlier on. You have EQ as well, so that's the emotional quotient, referred to often as emotional intelligence. Now, that's about a person's ability to understand, use and manage their own emotions, but also understand the emotions of other people around them. And then we have AI. So AI is around artificial intelligence. That's about making machines think like humans. So if you've ever read a book by Dan Brown called The Origin, now this book was kind of about 6 years old now, but that is about how do AI and humans equal a new species. It is kind of non-fiction, don't worry about it. That's not going to happen anytime soon. I know that Clive talked about it earlier on as well in his speech. So in terms of measuring culture, one of the things that we wanted to kind of bring into this is about our model. So this is what we use at the Happiness Index. So this is our neuroscience model. So how does EQ and IQ relate to this particular model? So when we talk about EQ, we're talking a lot around the happiness element of our model, and IQ is around the engagement side. It's really, really important to understand both elements. Traditional engagement has always been around what do people think, not necessarily about what they feel. Now, it's incredibly powerful to understand what people think, but you're leaving half of the equation off the table, because as humans, we feel. And actually, by understanding how people feel, we can understand their motives. Understanding how people think, how they behave, how they think, how they feel, we then understand how they behave, why they do the things that they do. And that's incredibly powerful. We have the brain systems that you would have heard about earlier, so the instinctive, emotional, reflective, and the rational brain system, how they're linked into happiness engagement. We have some of the underlying themes that you've heard about as well. So far today, we've heard around kind of safety. We've talked around a lot around trust, balance. Acknowledgements come up a lot as well. So I'm not going to go through all of this model, but this is how we start to apply EQ, IQ into what we do here at the Happiness Index. So I'm now just going to take a little moment to talk to you about workplace culture, how to measure that, and what a listening program would look like. We had some great guests on the stage earlier talking about the power of the listening program. So what have they done with their programs? What actions have they taken? So what we kind of wanted to just, I guess, highlight was how does a listening program look? What are the key elements that you can use within this? And you'll have seen most of these being discussed at some point during the day. But also, how does that link into the EQ, the IQ, and also the various different brain systems? So when we look at something like the cultural assessment, so the cultural assessment is often around how we experience our culture and our environment around us. So that gives us an opportunity to kind of maybe take a little bit of a step back, reflect a little bit around it. But ultimately, if we're thinking about our culture and environment, if we looked at our model, that would sit quite neatly with the instinctive brain system. When we look at something like employee voice, we want to understand how you are feeling today. So in an organisation, what is happening in our culture today? Gemma touched on it earlier, that when we look at things like our cultural assessment results, they can often be quite different to what employee voice is telling us, but they're measuring two different things at two completely different points in time. So it's only natural that they're going to be different. Then we get into an onboarding program. So that's where you start to think about how do we embrace our culture? How do we make it clear to all of our joiners coming into our organisations what's expected of them, what their job role is, making sure they have clarity, making sure they have the enablement that they need in order to go and fulfil those roles that you've been employed for. Then we have the exit survey. So how do we reflect on our culture? So exit surveys are a great way of understanding how do people who are leaving the organisation feel? And also, how do they feel when they take that filter off between what should I say, because I'm an employee, versus actually, it doesn't matter what I say anymore, I'm just going to tell the unvarnished truth. And so again, getting this blend is incredibly important. When a lot of our customers start with us at the Happiness Index, they will start doing the cultural assessment. And Monique, you talked about that earlier on today. That was your starting point there. Then you've gone into employee voice and starting to understand a little bit more kind of in the moment feedback. Onboarding and exit are another two very popular set of feedback surveys that we have at the Happiness Index. A big point is we don't recommend you go chasing these high scores. It is physically impossible to be 10 out of 10 happy all of the time. We would be physically exhausted. The reactions that happen and the chemical reactions that happen in our body, we can't sustain it for that period of time. So it's unrealistic to expect scores to be 10 out of 10 all of the time. So that's where we talk about, it's not about using these surveys and these scores as a target, but it's about just understanding what is happening right now and then being able to act and respond to that accordingly. So I'm just going to give you a bit of a sense of some of the data that we see at the happiness index. So our cultural assessment average score, this is taken from, I think last time I looked, probably around 15 million responses to our cultural assessment. Our average score is a 7.8. It's a great score. It's probably much higher than you would see if you were just go and take a general sweep of all of the companies that are out there, because these are companies working with the happiness index. By the time a company comes to work with the happiness index, they probably have an idea that they've been doing a lot of these things anyway. They want to understand the happiness and the engagement of their people. They're probably a little bit forward thinking. In terms of happiness and engagement, it's fairly equal. Happiness comes out slightly above 7.8 versus 7.7. Not a huge difference in there, nothing that we would statistically say is going to be hugely relevant. And then when we come on to the brain systems as well, this is understanding the instinctive, emotional, reflective and the rational brain systems. What are those needs of our people? How are we meeting them? And when we look across all of that 15 million data responses that we've got, what you can see here is rational is an 8, reflective is a 7.5, then you've got emotional as an 8, and then you've got instinctive as 7.7. So what you can start to see here is that when we get into it, it's kind of those emotional needs that aren't being fulfilled within organisations across all of our customers. That's where we start thinking about what are the relationships like that they have with the colleagues at work. Acknowledgement, a huge part of us wanting to be attached to an organisation is about the acknowledgement that we get. Am I adding value? If I have after this, if Jack comes up to me and goes, "Oh, Tony, great job up there," I'm going to feel good about what I've done. I'm going to start thinking, well, actually, maybe I should talk about this sort of stuff a little bit more. If Jack came over and went, well, actually, that bit didn't quite land, then I might be going, I might start questioning a few other little bits and pieces that have gone on as well. So this acknowledgement is really important to helping us just understand where we currently sit within the organisation, what value that we're delivering as well. Okay. And then in terms of the actual brain systems, we've just seen there, but we're going to break it down. We looked at emotional as being kind of the area that was scoring the lowest. We have acknowledgement as 7.2. It's the lowest scoring neuroscience theme that we have. But relationships is the highest. So again, this is where we need to start looking into the data in a little more detail rather than just what a headline figure is. Because the area that has actually our lowest brain system is made up of the lowest and the highest scoring. So that's an interesting thing for us to start thinking about, and then you can dig into the data to do that. Now I'm going to pass over to Jack, and Jack's going to take you through AI.
Thank you. Thank you. So, yeah, these are the 3 high-level categorised definitions of AI that we kind of use today. You've got traditional AI, which focuses on performing a specific task in an intelligent manner. We use this in our platform today, which Tony will talk about briefly at some point. And generative AI is capable of generating text, images and other media using generative models. It learns patterns and structure to the data endpoint and generating new data, similar characteristics. And predictive AI is a computer program's ability to use statistic analysis to identify patterns, anticipate behaviours and forecast future events. Now we've got some examples of how we have used these or will be using these going forward. Now, this is the sentiment analysis that we use in our platform today, and this uses traditional AI. Tony, did you want to bring up anything from this about how our system uses it?
Yes, I think a really interesting use case of this is just it gives you a very quick snapshot of what an organisation is talking about and in what way. So are they talking about it in a positive way? Is it a neutral or is it a negative? What you can see here are the types of themes that people are talking about, both in a positive and a negative way. And you can talk about things you could talk about management being brilliant in one area of an organisation, in another area it's not going to be so positive. So it's a really nice way of just using the traditional AI, as Jack says, where you just look at a discrete task and then it gives you some data that you can then start to draw some conclusions from.
Yeah, lovely. So generative AI is what we're going to start hopefully using more, and this is where we've been playing around with it. So you've probably all heard of ChatGPT. This is us playing around with it. So we have asked it to visualize the responses on an employee survey. We've uploaded a CSV file, and it's come back with a breakout of all the questions and all the data. We wanted to be a bit more specific, so we went back and said, can you visualise it with a percent favourable for a score of 8 and above? And then as you see on the right, there are the data there visualised nicely, which is great. Going forward from that, we can then analyse the free text, like comments on the surveys. So again, upload a CSV of all the comments that are related to the survey and asked it for a synopsis. It gave us this long breakout of each area, which was great, but too much detail for us. So we went back, asked it to limit it to 100 words. Again, really good, but not what we want. Our final point, getting it to 4 bullet points. There, that is what we wanted, a nice snippet that kind of encapsulates everything, all the comments we uploaded to. And that is generative AI for us at its best.
Yeah. Jack, just could you go back one slide, please? You got a little glimpse of what's to come.
Yeah. Right.
So what we really like about kind of this is around generative AI is it's about helping you get to the results quicker. It's not about saying, oh, we don't need somebody to analyse this anymore. We don't need somebody to go through and then think about, well, what's the action plan, and AI is going to do this all for us, because quite frankly, it won't do a good job of summarising everything, being able to pull together a strategy, an action plan, deliver that. That's where humans are incredible, and that's where kind of Clive talked about earlier. AI is incredibly powerful as an enabler. And it's about getting you to the insights quicker. So rather than going searching through, going, okay, well, what is my highest scoring location? What are people in this area talking about? Actually being able to ask those questions like we have. And that's something that we're looking at within our roadmap. And I've been very clear with Matt Stannard today that I'm not going to give any dates on when these things are going to be available, because then all of a sudden, Jack and his team are going to be put under a lot of pressure to go and build it because I've set it up here on a stage. So with that caveat in mind, at some point next year, you hopefully will see this element in here where you can go into the happiness index, you can start to ask some questions. When you ask those questions, it will give you the results back. You don't have to go searching for those results. We would still encourage people to go and do that, because there's amazing things that you find as you're going through that maybe you weren't expecting to see that you do. But this is an incredible way of just helping you get to those key insights much quicker. Now we can get onto the slide, which actually I think everyone really wants to see.
Yeah. So AI is great and doing things is great, but you can't rely on it, as you'll see in my next slide. Is it a dog or a muffin? So you can upload an image to AI and ask it to generate a picture of a dog or whatever, but it could determine it looking more like a muffin than a dog, and again, a dog or croissant. You just can't rely on it. But these are the areas that it's got to learn, and the troubles that you would face using it if you're not using it correctly. So we just got to be mindful of that.
All right. So just in terms of the, I'll take that back, thanks, Jack. So just in terms of kind of the different use cases for AI. So each piece of AI has a very specific use case. So if you wanted to summarise data, okay, we looked at that originally. That's where you might take something like the sentiment analysis, and we'd use some of the traditional AI around it. If you wanted to interrogate that data, again, we could use maybe some generative AI around it. We could get the AI to start analysing, we could ask some questions, we could get to those key results much sooner. We could start to create cohorts. So again, we can start thinking about how can we group certain scores together, and is there a trend that we're seeing? So Jess, you talked earlier on about things like retention rates of mothers after 1 year, 2 year, 3 years. Lots of companies don't know that. Number one, that's probably because they don't think to understand that information. Then if they have thought about that, how are we going to do it? So again, this is where things like AI can become really important for us, because we can start to create cohorts of people. We can start to kind of think about, well, what are the characteristics that we want to analyse data by? And we can use the AI to help us to go and do that. And then the bit that I'm really excited about, and this is much further down the line, but this is where we can start to get into predictive insights, where we can start thinking about what's the impact of a decision before you even make that decision. So this is where you can start to go, right, we want to make X change, but we, at the moment, would need to make that change and then see what the impact is. And depending on what we feel the impact may be, we might decide that actually that's too risky, we don't want to do that. Whereas what this would allow you to do is to actually say, look, we're thinking about making X change. What do you think the impact would be? And then the AI can come back to us and start saying, okay, based on the information that we know about your people, looking at their scores, looking at the comments that they'd make, it would have, and then you could have a positive impact, neutral impact, or a negative impact. Next question would be, why? So you could ask why, and then it would start to give you some reasonings. And therefore, you can start to play out some different scenarios, but in a very safe space. Because at that point, you don't need to go and talk about change management or big changes in an organisation. You can start just playing with the platform, with the AI, to understand, well, in which scenario do we feel would be the best outcome for our organisation? So again, this is incredibly powerful, but shouldn't be solely relied upon. And that's where we come back to the dog or muffin, the dog or croissant, because it still seems weird every time I say that, but it's because as humans, we see a holistic picture. AI tends to see data, patterns, and that can be incredibly powerful, but that doesn't mean it sees everything. So we're just going to kind of bring this to a close. So in terms of summary, Jack, you were going to run through the first half?
Yeah, so what have we learned? EQ relates to how we feel, happiness. IQ relates to how we think, engagement. AI is machine thinking like humans. A balanced listening platform contains both EQ and IQ insights. Cultural assessment average score is 7.8. Listening program should be a measurement, not a target. And happiness scores slightly higher than engagement.
Yeah. And then in terms of kind of like you've got these reflective needs kind of that need to be met. Relationships, the highest scoring. Acknowledgement is the lowest scoring neuroscience theme. Generative AI will help you get your insights quicker. The bit that I think can really change the way in which we work will be around the predictive AI, helping us to understand the impact of decisions before we've actually made those decisions. And then I deliberately left this to the very end. Dogs look like muffins and croissants. Okay, so don't solely rely on AI, but it can be an incredible enabler. Now, the original title of this talk was IQ plus EQ plus AI equals ITFC. So Matt Stannard, our CTO, is a big Ipswich Town fan. He couldn't be here tonight because he got halfway and there was flooding on the line. But he put a slide in that he was going to talk around. So I don't really know what Matt was going to say around this. But Ed Sheeran is a big Ipswich Town fan. So I'm going to draw some parallels between Matt talking about Ed Sheeran and Ipswich and getting another 4 initials into our title. Cool. But thank you very much, everybody, for your time.
Thank you so much. Cheers, guys. I would say they smashed that. That was so great. I've never been that interested in tech stuff before. Might even stop calling it tech stuff now. But yeah, so that brings our lineup to a close. And I'm really sad about that because I've had a great time today. Thank you all so much for coming. One thing we're going to say before we do sort of closing speeches from Matt, as a thank you for coming to the book launch today, we're offering you a 40% discount on our next event. We've had multiple people come up today and sort of talk to us about how they've enjoyed their time today. And so we're going to be doing these events pretty regularly. What slide is it on? But is it? Am I? Oh, do you know what? Do you know what? We'll leave it, but I will tell you about it, and you will be receiving emails, follow-up emails from all of this. But yes, we'd like to offer you the 40% discount on our next event, because this wouldn't have been what it was without you. You were a wonderful, wonderful audience. Thank you so much for your interaction, for your participation, for being here, your support, for your contributions, for everything. And I'm going to hand over to Matt to do his closing statement.
I think Kashi's absolutely smashed it today, hasn't she? I think everyone will agree. I'm going to keep it short and sharp because people need to get away, but there are people. You may have noticed in that triangle there is a section called acknowledgement, so we should actually practice what we preach. In the break, did anyone lose one of their central teeth? Put your hand up. Fred Phelan, well done. Second question, do you believe in the tooth fairy? Yes. £5? God, there's a cost of living crisis going on here. So time to say goodbye. I think the speakers have been unbelievable today. The journey we've been on, like some of that, Jess's bit, Kevin's bit, some of that's hard to hear, but important to hear. In terms of acknowledgements, I've got a massive family. And what Kevin didn't tell you, he's married into that family, the poor sod. But I'll be nothing without my family, so I won't say any more. I'll just go forward before I cry. Yeah. No, it is actually about Chris and Tony. I think, look, we've got a lot in common, but in terms of brain types, we are so different. Like, the way that we think is off the scale. Sometimes Tony gets to a conclusion, I'm thinking, how the hell did he ever get there? Like, I cannot see that logic, but we're so different. But for me, the thanks to Tony and Chris is they just let me be me. Even when I'm coming up with crap ideas, they still let me just talk it out and then conclude myself as a crap idea. But yeah, these guys are amazing. I'm so lucky to work with them, so thanks, guys. A round of applause for Chris and Tony. Again, it's not false modesty to say the whole book and everything is... by the way, I don't know if we've explained, when we say quackers, we mean employees. I don't know if we explained that or if you picked that up, but long story short, if you work at Google... Put your hand up if you work at Google. What do you call yourself? Googlers. So we were like, they've got a name, we need a name. So we Googled, like, happiest animal in the world, and it came up quacker. But we like that name because it's based on no data whatsoever. So it's part of our life. But literally, we generally have the best people in the world. One of the secrets about most of the people at the Happiness Index, most people at the Happiness Index in their careers, when you get chatting to them down the pub or wherever, is they've been fucked over at some point in their career. And I genuinely mean that. And most of them are on a sort of a mission to change things. And you have to earn their trust to hear those stories, and I won't share them today, but so lucky to work with this amazing crew. So a round of applause for the crew. This lot here are the people who actually got right into the detail of helping us write the book, get the data in place, getting all the bits. You'll recognise some of them that you won't, but they are mentioned in the book and they're absolutely all incredible. So these are the people who are actively involved. Like, Tony was like rewriting bits of the book. Obviously, you saw Clive earlier. I won't go through everyone, but without these people, the book wouldn't exist in terms of the quality that we hope that you think it has. So a round of applause for this crew. The data had to be brought to life by practitioners. Is Shopi still here? Shopi's here. Round of applause for Shopi. I'll tell you what, put your hand up if your name is here and we can see you, because I can't see everyone. Here's Andrew. We've got Arlette. We've got Laura. We've got Kevin. We've got Phil. Anyone else? I can't see. But all these people were interviewed to actually bring the data to life, because these people are on the front line every day. You did a poll in between, didn't you? Andrew, do you want to share the poll that you did on the... I'll let you tell the story.
Yeah, just based on our discussion earlier when you were presenting about probation period and how that might affect psychological safety right at the very start of an employment relationship. I thought it was an interesting point, so we put a poll on LinkedIn very quickly. It's had a couple of hundred responses already, and 85% are agreeing that the probation period language is intimidating. So that's a new one for me. That's a nice takeaway to think about. Of course, there's a couple of people who disagree in the comments.
Yeah. Let's read one out. Read one out. Come on, we love a troll.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, let me get to the worst troll.
Yeah.
Okay,
we love a troll.
This will do. This is becoming absolutely ridiculous now, Andrew McCaskill. The latest generation of workers are basically going to be wrapped in cotton wool, lauded by their employers, and not facing a single challenge along the way.
Yeah. Those are the people that's what we're up against. Someone in this room told me earlier that they were told by someone senior in their company they were too people-centric. How do you even decode what the hell that means? Like, how do you dream that SHIT up? Thanks, Andrew. But these people are the experts in the book, and it wouldn't stand as it does without them. So, round of applause for these guys. Pat, who's my brother who works at the Happiness Index, who's based in Toronto, he does this amazing thing. Every time we do a internal conference, he puts a slide up of all of our customers, and he dramatically, slowly fades them all out till there's none, and then says there would be no company without them. We cannot, like children, I've got 2 favourite children, you can't have a favourite client, but I do just want to mention Halo Trust, who have supported us today, because when Tony and Chris and myself were trying to dream up the Happiness Index in the early stages, we can imagine certain stuff that could happen and where it could go, but never ever would we have considered that we would be measuring the happiness of people that are clearing landmines in mountainous areas. That blows our mind every single day, and that sort of thing drives us forward. And again, all of our customers we absolutely love, but it doesn't matter even if you're doing that. Fuller's, and I'll touch on them in a bit, someone who is working in a pub serving beer, these people, they deserve a voice. And that is what, at the Happiness Index, that's what inspires us every day. So thank you to our customers. Round of applause for them. If Noelle was here, she'd say, pay your invoices on time. Where's Martin? Martin, I bet you're happy with that one, aren't you, Martin? Wiley, Laura's still here, Laura. Round of applause for Laura, Wiley. So thank you, Wiley, for believing in an absolute reprobate who's got some data, so thank you. Round of applause, Wiley. We're getting there, we are getting there. The Happiness and Humans community is on Guild. If you've not joined it, please join it. It's an amazing supportive community where people go out of their way to help each other. And there's a accompanying podcast. So you can't really give a round of applause to a Guild, can you? But all the people who are in it, we'll get a round of applause for them. We're getting there. Anyone recognise this handsome guy? There he is. This is Ollie. Ollie can't be here today. Weirdly, this is the room that this photo was taken in, but it wasn't taken today. But this was the Festival of Happiness, an event that I spoke at. But like I said earlier, thank you to Google. It is amazing that we get this this venue and to use it and so on. But it really is the individuals. So thank you. A round of applause for featuring Ollie. This lot have been amazing today, haven't they? I'm not going to ask you for your favourite because some of them are still here. We'll do that. We'll do that later. But they all blew my mind today and took us on all different personal journeys, because when you're hearing certain things, it's going to relate to your own journey. So round of applause for this gang. This isn't normally how I clap, by the way. It's just the speaker here. I just want to... You lot. Round of applause for you lot. That's a mental photo, Cashy, isn't it? Thank you for those that paid for tickets. Thank you to the tech crew. Absolutely smashed it today. You've got to clap like this. Everyone's got to clap like this for now. we're really lucky. One of the things about getting the venue for free is that we've been able to, going back to Kevin's point on equity, we've been able to pay our speakers or ask our speakers if they want a donation made to charity. So these are some of the charities that were suggested by people on the panel and so on that they would like us to donate to. So the Happiness Index will make a donation. There's a few people who sneaked in on freebie tickets today, who I'm not judging. They're our friends and family, including my mum. And you, Freddie, you haven't paid. If you... Oh, poor little Freddie. If you found the content today more valuable than a Taylor Swift conference, please, even if it's only £1, and you feel, how did this one get in here? I am sure this is a valuable charity, and I think it does amazing work in Ipswich. I'm being harsh, but even if it's £1, please do go to one of these websites if you've got value from today and leave a donation, because they're all doing amazing things in their own way, and today's been a very special day for many of us. But if we can extend it to some of these charities, it'd be really great. This is what Cassie was trying to show you earlier. That will last for a couple of days, the 40% discount, because Martin will kill us if we leave it up for too long. But if you do want to come to the next one, today's been focused on employee happiness, which is the heart element. We'll be covering the brain element in a conference. When is it, Cassie? 14th of March. We'd love to see lots of you there. That's that. We'll send that round. One last thank you. Joe, can you come onto stage, please?
Hello, hello.
Are you going to sing this, Joe?
I will sing it. Last time Matt asked me to speak at one of our conferences, he made me get up on a table, which then broke and I fell through it. So you have to excuse my anxiety, because I'm not sure fall through, but this isn't about me, which isn't something I say lightly. Kashi, can you come and join us for one final time on stage, please? So Kashi here has not just been entertaining us on stage, but she's also pretty much put this all together. So this is a token of our gratitude and my gratitude. Thank you, Kashi.
Thanks,
Thanks, Joe. Kashi is one of those amazing people who are completely unflappable when you can just chuck her anything like a conference, and she'll absolutely just chuck herself into it. Her quote, which I was discussing with her mum earlier, is, "I'm not going to lie," which means you've got some tough feedback to hear, which that's why I love working with Kashi. Plenty of feedback on how to improve. Do you believe in magic? Does anyone believe in magic? Well, I mentioned Halo Trust. There's a Fuller's pub near here. I don't actually drink, which sometimes makes people think that I don't like pubs. But I am still pro-pub. And it's the tech days have gone of us putting like £1 billion behind the bar and so on. But we would love to buy you a drink if you want to come down. But we're also conscious that the weather may get worse. So if you do have to head back, I think Martin seeded that in the press, so less people came and there was less of a bill. But, sorry, Martin. If you do want to come and join here, that would be awesome. One of my main conclusions, and this, I suppose, is my final point today, which is we use the word employee when we talk about the data, but the more I see our data, the more I realise it's applicable to the real life. Liz, where are you, Liz? You here? She's like, oh my God, what's he going to say? Liz said to me the other day, I thought it was a compliment, but it turns out it wasn't. She said, I think I'm going to apply for a job at the Happiness Index. I was like, wow, I can't even imagine us working together, but that's cool. And I was like, what made you do that? And she said, because you're so good at listening to your employees. But not so great for your family. So I'm going to leave it on that note and say I've got my own personal development plan to do at home, and I would hope that some of the stuff that we shared all the way through from Clive to Kevin to Jess to everyone today, maybe some of this stuff doesn't just apply to work. Maybe crazily we're human beings and that all works together. But I'll leave you with that and just say I'm so thankful that you've all braved the weather and come today. And everyone on YouTube, thank you as well. Cheers. Good night.